different here today because we're doing presentations, and if I sit up there, I'm stuck. You can't get out. You have to go back and around and all the way through the building and then come back. So I'm going to start here today, if that's okay. And then I'll scoot back after our presentations. We have several presentations to do today. So as soon as we have all of our board members, we'll get started. I think, who are we missing? Penny. No, Penny's not here. Marty's not here. I'm not here. Oh, we're all here. Never mind. Ms. Graham is not here tonight, and Ms. Franklin is calling in. Is she on the phone now? Okay. Okay. Well, we've got 4 people here.
Yes,
so.
I'm here.
Oh. Hi, Ms. Franklin. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. So do I have a motion to return to open session? Sorry.
So moved.
All in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
That was an aye as an aye, right? Not opposed.
Delayed.
Delay. Do I have a motion to certify closed session that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered?
So moved.
Ms. Woods, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond? Yes. Mr. Turbaka? Yes. Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Parton? Yes. Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. We are back into open session. So we have several honors, awards, and recognition. So I believe we are beginning with the MCEF Poetry Contest winners. And Deanna Sinton is going to go ahead and present, I guess.
Oh, I'm losing my thing.
Can we make this there, just so you can kind of face out and talk at the same time?
Perfect. Good evening. I'm Deanna Sentman. I'm from the Montgomery County Educational Foundation. We are a nonprofit that supports the Montgomery County schools. This year we had a creative writing and poetry contest centered around creating the past, inventing the future, about technological innovation and celebrating achievements. We had 4 divisions: primary, elementary, middle, and high school. And tonight I'm going to present their prize, an iPad, to each of the 4 first place winners for each division. Nice. So if you'll come up when I call you up, take a picture. And if parents want to send me pictures through email, or I'll email my phone number to you later, go ahead and I'll put it on social media a little bit later, okay? So first up is our primary school division from Auburn Elementary with her entry, Women in the Past, Present, and Future, Reagan White. For our elementary school division, from Auburn Elementary, for her entry, Stay, Harper Skaggs. For our middle school division, from Blacksburg Middle, with her entry, Innovations and Inventions, Addison McSorley. Thank you. Congratulations. And last but not least, for the high school division from Auburn High, his entry was Electric Dialect, Luke Buckwalter.
Thank you, Deanna, and congratulations to all the winners. Wow, what a great prize. That is awesome. Tonight, since we are still being careful and cautious, notice we're not shaking hands, so we will present certificates, but we will still stay away from handshaking for now. So, next, get my cheat sheet. We have our seniors of the month. Mr. Polly, you want to go ahead and take care of that?
Thank you, Ms. Cass, members of the board, Dr. Whitaker. A very special highlight of our board meeting is the recognition of a Senior of the Month from each of our 4 high schools. Photos and leadership profiles are displayed on the screens in the boardroom and will also be on display in the lobby of the central office. Our presentation format provides a snapshot of each senior and a quote from their administrator or teacher who nominated them for this recognition. It's my pleasure to present in order this evening Chris Stewart, principal of Auburn High School, Adam Simpson, principal of Blacksburg High School, followed by Tony Dybor, the principal of Christiansburg High School. Unfortunately, our Senior of the Month from Eastern Montgomery was not able to join us this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Whitaker. It is my privilege to present to you Auburn High School's final Senior of the Month for the 21-22 school year. This evening, I would like to recognize Jackson David Cox Brockman as our May Senior of the Month. I'd like to invite Jackson and his family to please join me. I would like to take just a quick moment and read a brief statement from one of our staff members highlighting the outstanding student that Jackson is. It has been a delight to work with Jackson for many years. What makes Jackson unique and deserving of this honor is his passion to give back to the community. Jackson has worked with numerous clubs doing service projects. These range from Operation Christmas Child, egg hunts for preschoolers, and Auburn's annual Veterans Dinner. Jackson has been an integral part of Veterans Dinner. During COVID, the tradition could have easily fallen by the wayside, but Jackson and his peers pushed to continue this service to the community by doing a drive-through meal. Jackson provided donations, took time to create ornaments, and time to deliver the meals to veterans in their vehicles, even in blustery, frigid weather. As a senior, he is leaving a legacy of service that will continue with those he has influenced. Congratulations, Jackson.
Good evening, Dr. Whitaker, school board members. It is my privilege to recognize Emma Anderson as our May Senior of the Month. At this time, I would like to invite Emma and her parents to come join me. Emma, here's what one of your teachers had to say about you. Emma is an exemplary student and a true servant leader. She is always willing to help other students and has been an absolute joy to have in class. She has completed all 3 dual-enrolled levels of cybersecurity offered at BHS, as well as completed DE Computer Information Systems. She has earned over 18 dual-enrolled credits while at BHS. She has also earned the following industry certifications: Microsoft Office Specialist, certified in Word, PowerPoint, and Outlook; Certified Microsoft Technology Associate in Networking Fundamentals; Certified Microsoft Technology Associate in Security Fundamentals; Test Out Network Pro, and Test Out Security Pro. Emma is going to go far, and she is very deserving of this honor. Congratulations, Emma.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to inform the board that the Christiansburg High School Senior of the Month for April, who was not able to be here then and is also not able to be here this evening, was Jordan Harris. Here's what teachers have to say about Jordan. I've had the pleasure of working with Jordan in the classroom and coaching her on the soccer field. She is the epitome of what a student athlete should be. Jordan has an incredibly impressive work ethic. She consistently exhibits a relentless drive to be all she can be, but also to help all those around her achieve their best. She is an endless source of infectious positivity and encouragement for all those around her. She's a natural leader in all the best ways. Jordan no doubt has a long list of successes and achievements ahead of her, and she's going to have a great impact on the world around her. Jordan plans to attend South Carolina State University in the fall to study political science and continue playing soccer. Congratulations, Jordan. It's also my pleasure and privilege to inform the board that the Christiansburg High School Senior of the Month from May is Tyreek Taylor. So at this time, I'd like to ask Tyreek to come forward and join me up here in front. Here's what teachers and coaches have to say about Tyreek. Tyreek is an incredible young man and great student athlete. He is mature way beyond his years and is always pleasant to be around. He has been a standout in 3 sports on top of excelling in the classroom. His determination and drive are always coupled with kindness and respect for whoever he interacts with. He represents our school and our core values tremendously, and we have been so lucky to have him as a part of our student body over the past 4 years. Tyreek will be attending Emory and Henry in the fall to study education and continue to play football and participate in track and field. Congratulations, Tyreek.
Okay, so now we are going to move on to the 2001-2002 Teacher of the Year Awards. Barbara Wickham is going to come up, and I'll help you in any way you want me to help you.
I have a special guest this evening.
You do?
I do.
Oh, awesome.
Good evening, members of the board, Madam Chair, Dr. Whitaker. All public and accredited non-public schools are invited to participate in the Virginia Teacher of the Year program to select and to honor teachers who represent the best in teaching in the Commonwealth of Virginia and the nation. The program is open to all teachers in pre-K through grade 12, including school librarians, counselors, and reading specialists. Candidates must be dedicated, knowledgeable, and skilled and plan to continue in an active teaching status. The program provides school divisions the opportunity to recognize outstanding teachers and to focus positive public attention on education and the teaching profession. We are pleased to announce Montgomery County's Teachers of the Year for each school at this time. Joining me will be Mr. Patrick Moran from Horace Mann, who provided beautiful apples for our Teachers of the Year. So when I call your name, if you would please come up to accept your certificate as well as your apple. And if you have a guest with you who would like to take pictures, if you would please stand and do so at this time. So our first Teacher of the Year from AES, Gwen Tester, 2nd grade teacher. From BES, Lauren Holder, PE teacher. From Christiansburg Primary School, Stacy Treadway, instructional coach. That's okay. Our next Teacher of the Year couldn't be here this evening. From Falling Branch, Kelly Trotter, pre-K. And our next Teacher of the Year from Gilbert Lincoln, Lauren Wyatt, 4th grade teacher, could not be here either. From Harding Avenue Elementary School, Jasmine Stewart, special ed teacher. From Kipps Elementary School, Tess Brooks, STEM teacher. From Margaret Beeks Elementary School, Rhonda Birch, librarian. From Price's Fork Elementary School, Leslie Hunter, 5th grade. From Auburn Middle School, Liz Hines, 8th grade math and geometry. Our next teacher couldn't be here this evening. From BMS, Gretchen Disler, language arts, 6th grade. From Shawsville Middle School, Alyssa Harris, art teacher. From Auburn High School, Paul Graham, AP US History, World History 1 and 2, AP Euro. Also not able to join us tonight from BHS, Margaret Crystal, Library Media Specialist. From CHS, Morgan Holder, CTE. From Eastern Montgomery High School, Jenny Brown, Special Education, CT. Okay. From Montgomery Central, Amanda Owens, art teacher. From CES, Heather Wade, 3rd grade.
Miss Treadway, do you want to come back up too and get your picture?
She's going to be last. She's last.
Our Division Teacher of the Year will submit a portfolio to the VDOE. Regional Teachers of the Year are then selected by a panel representing professional associations and other educational groups. In the fall, the selection panel convenes in Richmond a second time to interview each of the 8 Regional Teachers of the Year to then choose the Virginia Teacher of the Year. I asked Mr. Hipple, what are some things that make our Division Teacher of the Year an exceptional teacher? He responded, and I quote, Mrs. Odell is one of the most gifted math teachers I've had the opportunity to work with. She has a strong command of the mathematics content, along with a passion to bring math to life for many different student learners. She works alongside students until they are able to demonstrate mastery of concepts. Students connect easily to Ms. Odell's style and personality. Mrs. Odell is thoughtful and deliberate in her planning to provide opportunities for students to demonstrate their skill levels. She instills confidence in students during instruction. She encourages students to take academic risks to prove to themselves where they can go mathematically. Ms. Odell is able to see untapped mathematical abilities and draw out the best in students' work. Mrs. Odell is an example of the importance of building relationships with students from the beginning of the year and how that can affect teaching and learning within the classroom. It is my honor to introduce our Montgomery County Public Schools Teacher of the Year who teaches math at Christiansburg Middle School, Mrs. Kathleen Odell.
Congratulations to all of our Teachers of the Year. All of you are Teachers of the Year, even if you were not nominated by your school. You're all extremely special and gifted, and we appreciate you greatly, especially during Teacher Appreciation Week. The last thing I'd like to do is we have been blessed to have with us some special students this year, our student reps who have sat with us during our meetings. And I don't know if any of them are here or not, but if they are, I'm going to call your name. Oh, there we got two here, yay. I'm going to call names, and we have a plaque for you, but it's not here yet, so you get a certificate, and you can trade this in for a plaque. So, not for an iPad, just a plaque. So, first we have Jeffrey Delaney. Is Jeffrey here tonight? There he is. Hi, Jeff. Appreciate you. Okay, we also have Sean Herndon, and I did see Sean in the audience. Good. Our other two reps, I'm not sure if they're here. Naira Rodriguez-Fernandez, is Naira here tonight? I don't think so. Thank you, Naira. And lastly, we had Ann Ray Sisson, and I don't think Ann Ray is here tonight either. But thank you to those student representatives. So now you can count and see how long it takes me to get back to the dais.
Ms. Cass, we actually have one more recognition tonight. Yes, the Best Communities for Music Education Award. That's okay.
Oh, and this is a really good one, because this is super important. Oh, you're both doing it, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Cass, members of the board, Dr. Whitaker. It is my pleasure to recognize Montgomery County Public Schools for receiving the 2022 Best Communities for Music Education Award from the NAM Foundation. MCPS is recognized for the school system's commitment to providing high-quality music education to our students. While we have received this honor for many years, we are especially proud to have received it this year after the challenges of the past 2 years.
The Best Communities for Music Education designation is awarded to districts that demonstrate outstanding achievement in efforts to provide music access and education to all students. To qualify for the Best Communities designation, our lead music teachers answered detailed questions about funding, graduation requirements, music class participation, instruction time, facilities, support for the music program, and community music making programs. Please join us in congratulating MCPS lead music teachers Mandy Still, Harry Farmer, and Annie Chilcote for their leadership in MCPS music programs.
Are any of them here tonight? Are any of them here tonight? No? Oh, okay. I was going to make them stand up and embarrass them. So. Okay, I'll be right back. Start counting now. You got to let me. 2, 3. Watch everybody leave.
My gosh, that was quick.
Got it? Oops. That was a Yes, I needed the exercise. So, okay. That was fun. It's nice giving away certificates and recognizing all the people who have worked so hard for our schools. Now we're on to public address. Our next agenda item is public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear from students, parents, employees, and community members about education matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. We have the option to extend in 30-minute increments, which Ms. Woods will remind us of. If there are additional speakers after 90 minutes, the board will continue their business meeting and hold one additional 30-minute session at the end of the business meeting. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. And I've had a couple of comments over the last week about my asking people not to clap. It's not that I think clapping is bad. It's just that, in fairness to everyone, it's best if we keep clapping every time somebody says something we agree with or disagree, or make noises when we disagree. All it does is extend the amount of time, and it's not in the spirit of what the public address is about, which is to come and speak with us about student issues. So I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings when I stop you from clapping. That's not my intent. My intent is to make sure, just like any other business meeting you might go to, you will see that that's how the decorum of a business meeting is. We keep our applause to the bare minimum, okay? So anyway, with that being said, I will call each speaker up by name in the order that they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not need to respond to speakers, or does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when time is up. Please state your name and the area of the county you live in. And the first speaker this evening is Alicia Vaught, and following Ms. Vaught is Glenn Chilcote. Ms. Vaught is electronic.
And Ms. Casper, we're waiting for her to come on. I do think we are going to need to make an agenda to add the closed session back at the end. We still had matters. I don't know when you want to do that, but I just wanted to bring that forward, that we do need to amend the agenda to add that.
But don't we already have an agenda for personnel matters?
It was at the beginning of the meeting.
But we also have a closed session here later.
It's in the script, but it's not on the meeting agenda.
it's not on
because
the
of that
meeting.
revision, yeah. So I
Okay.
just need someone to make that motion.
Okay, so I need a motion to have a closed session at the end of our business meeting.
Second.
Are in agreement?
Can I ask what
Opposed?
it's for?
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask what the closed session is for?
Okay. Do we have Ms. Vaught on the phone?
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Hi, can you give your name and where the area of the county in which you live, and then you have we will start the clock.
Okay, thank you. My name's Alicia Vaught. I live on Den Hill Road in Montgomery County. I first want to just start off by saying Happy Teachers Appreciation Week. We love you teachers, and not just this week, but all weeks. I went back, I was thinking about this union thing, and so the unions will promise that the teachers and the school board can have direct communication. But I went back and looked a few months back, and there's a December 7th, 2021 meeting at the 2-hour and 7-minute mark. There was a question, a prompt that was sent out to the teachers asking for feedback on how to help them. and the schools and how to alleviate workloads, make things easier, et cetera. So I think that Dr. Whitaker and Dr. Meyer presented a PowerPoint presentation about what all's been done from MCPS to the teachers. So I thought it was interesting. There's 12 things that they've done for the teachers, and I wanted to read them real quick. Improve workload related to benchmark series. Clarify the need for formal intervention plans. They gave you 6 additional teacher work days. They made lesson plans for you to use to save you time. If you chose to use them, you didn't have to. They designated time for meetings versus professional development. They reduced formal evaluations. They instituted casual dress. They extended winter break for 12-month employees. They continued to increase the substitute pool. They increased RIHIP length. I don't know what that is. They increased compensation for teacher coverage pay from $15 to $20 per hour. They hired additional staffing. And I think the best thing that you guys did for the teachers was it was brought up that the teachers went from the 7th highest pay rate out of 8 to now the second highest pay rate. And so all of that was done between the school board and the teachers directly because you asked them questions. And so I see, that this is working. I see that this is a great way to communicate, and you're already showing that you know how to do it. So they're doing all this while not even raising the taxes. So my question is, with you guys already having this system in place, what do we need the unions for? I don't think we need the unions at all because we seem to have a pretty good thing already happening. And if we do need the unions, if you guys vote on the unions coming in, what do we need you for, school board? Because the unions, if we have to deal with them, if they're going to take the parents' power away, what do we need the school board for? So I would just like to encourage you all to not vote for the union. And we've been doing things just fine, as you guys can see, if you'll go back and look. And that's it. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Glenn Chilcote, and on deck is Gail Webster.
Chair Cass and members of the board, my name is Glenn Chilcote and I live in Blacksburg. I'm a teacher, coach, translator, and president of the MCEA, which incidentally has been here in Montgomery County. The furthest back I could find is actually 1958. In the handbook that the county gave teachers. There was actually stuff about it in then. So we've been here for quite some time. But anyway, today I would like to congratulate the teachers who have been selected as Teacher of the Year for their buildings, and Kathleen Odell for being named the MCPS Teacher of the Year. The commitment these teachers show to their students, colleagues, and community is noteworthy, and I want to publicly congratulate them for all their hard work. Next, I want to briefly address 2 court cases, one from the Supreme Court and one from Virginia's highest judicial authority. The first case, Janus versus the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Workers, states that it is unconstitutional to require any public employee to pay dues as a requirement for employment. This proves that the MCEA can never and will never do this. The second case, Parham versus Richmond, which was taken from the Supreme Court of Virginia, clearly states that school boards are the final managerial authority over school divisions. The resolution we have submitted states this and clearly recognizes that you, the MCPS school board, has final say on everything. A meaningful seat at the table is our goal. Nothing more, nothing less. As a teacher in MCPS, I only want what is best for our students, including my son. Lastly, I'd like to extend a huge thank you to all of the teachers and education support professionals during this week particularly. And I want to recognize the amazing work that they have done, especially over the course of this pandemic. Our teachers and education support professionals have gone above and beyond, and that phrase doesn't even cut it. I am so proud to be a part of this core of people, and I want to thank all of them from the bottom of my heart, especially this week. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chilcote. Next, we have Gail Webster. And after Ms. Webster, we have Katie Seidemann.
Good morning, or good evening. My name is Gail Webster, and I live in Blacksburg, Virginia. I teach in Montgomery County Public Schools, and each of my children graduated from MCPS. I've lived in Montgomery County for over 30 years, and I absolutely love being a teacher. I'm devoted to my students and helping them succeed. I've been an MCEA Association member ever since I began teaching 27 years ago, and I'm the MCEA representative for the high school where I teach. Each month, we meet with representatives from other schools in the county. We discuss issues that are important to teachers, teaching assistants, bus drivers, nurses, custodians, cafeteria workers, and others who work in our schools. We want the very best learning environment for our students, and we want the best working conditions for the people who love and work with our students. Collective bargaining invites teachers and education support staff who live and work here in Montgomery County to improve their own working conditions and to have a voice in the important decisions that affect our students, their families, and school staff. We do not have, nor do we want, the ability to strike. Striking is illegal in Virginia. What we do want is a meaningful seat at the table to discuss the very best conditions to work and learn, and that's the purpose of collective bargaining. The MCEA has advocates for those who live and work in Montgomery County and has been working very hard for decades on behalf of public education and our students. They would be educating for all of us. There are no outside groups who are coming from somewhere else. Some voices that you will hear tonight will threaten that outside forces are trying to take over our schools. This is simply not true. If we can trust our own teachers to plan, teach, and create positive learning environments for our students each day, then we can certainly trust them to make decisions with our school board that will improve learning, increase teacher morale, and advocate for the students that they know and love. A seat at the table is good for everyone. Students with collective bargaining have better learning outcomes when teachers are more involved in the decision-making. We focus on conditions that help students be successful and help teachers feel respected. It helps prevent teacher burnout by giving educators more time for lesson plans, smaller class sizes, time for regular bathroom breaks, and more control over their working hours. The right to negotiate contracts through education associations is an industry standard in the majority of our country. Out of 50 states, 44 states currently have collective bargaining agreements with teachers. Collective bargaining promotes the atmosphere of everyone working together for the very best learning possible. It helps retain the best teachers in the classroom. 22% of teachers in Virginia don't return to the school classroom after the first year of teaching, and after 4 years, that number increases to almost 50%. Please help us reduce the teacher shortage and improve our teacher conditions with collective bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webster. Katie Seidemann. After Katie is Matthew Fentress.
Good evening. My name is Katie Seidemann and I live in Christiansburg. I'm also a music teacher at EMHS and CMS. I'm here tonight to continue to voice my support for the right of MCPS employees to collectively bargain their contracts. I would also like to reiterate a few facts that seem to be in question. Collective bargaining does not and cannot raise taxes in Montgomery County. MCPS employees are not and will not be forced to join the Montgomery County Education Association or be forced to pay dues. Member dues are not being used to pay the bargaining agents for negotiating on behalf of our employees. If they were, I would be getting a little extra gas money, which I'm not. The MCEA is not an outside agent bargaining on behalf of our MCPS employees. The MCEA are our teachers, ESPs, bus drivers, librarians, etc., who work in our schools every day, including today. Many in opposition to collective bargaining have mentioned that if there are issues among the employees of MCPS, the building and county administrators should work directly with the employees to come up with a solution together. This is collective bargaining. The proposed bargaining agent would be the MCEA, and the MCEA is MCPS employees. Another misconception is that collective bargaining is only about increasing employee wages. This is a short-sighted and condescending myth. Do we believe that school employees should adequately be compensated for their work as professionals caring for our community's children? Yes. However, this is not our only concern, and it is not even our most pressing concern. There are battles to fight and hurdles to jump that school employees manage daily that have nothing to do with how much we get paid, all for the love of working with our students. But just because we love our students, does that mean that we deserve working conditions that are any more restrictive, any less respectful, any more overwhelming, or any less fulfilling than anyone else? I would like the right to have a seat at the table where decisions are being made about my job, about my working conditions, about the working conditions of my coworkers, and about the learning conditions of my students. I can tell you the names of every single one of my 164 students in my classes this year. I can also tell you what they like, what they don't like, how they learn, and what they need. All I'm asking, all we're asking, is for you to listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seidemann. Oh, I was just gonna, you must have got the same message I got, Mr. Wickham. Okay, let me go back to my list here. Next up is Matthew Fentress, and after Matthew Fentress is Crystal Fentress.
Good evening. I hope all of you are well. Matthew Fentress, Christiansburg, Virginia. There seems to be a misconception of what the word union means. The dictionary states that a union is an association formed by people with a common interest or purpose. The MCA's common purpose is to work towards the best learning conditions for our students and working conditions for the school staff. Supporting collective bargaining is supporting the staff that takes care of our community's children. Over the past couple months, I have watched some people use this space to attack others. Attack you as a school board, MCA members, and fellow Montgomery County Public School employees based on their misconceptions. Misconceptions like how unions lead to higher taxes. They don't. I pay my dues from my paycheck. If someone really wants to know the truth about our local teachers union, they should talk with their neighbors, because that's who we are. That's who the MCA is, your neighbors. Unions are families. I think of my marriage of 23 years and being a father for the past 18 as a pretty good union. Unions are my coworkers who give their heart and soul for this community and its children every day. Yes, the weekends too. We are Montgomery County Public Schools. Unions are a community. Union workers are just everyday Americans working together for a better life and the American dream for themselves, their families, and their neighbors. It could be union workers at the Kroger grocery store or the factory down the street, or the union-made Volvo or Mack trucks down the road in Dublin. I have union pride because union-made is American-made. Unions are Americans' band of brothers and sisters that make up our military. We have the privilege tonight to speak because of the freedoms gifted to us by the patriotism of that union of Americans who serve our nation. When I think of what unions are, I think of two great union leaders. Sadly, both were killed because of their faith and contribution to others. Unions are leaders like Dr. King, who preached about the sins of our nation's injustice and who was murdered after speaking on the working conditions of union sanitation workers in Memphis. I pray that one day our country awakens to the visions of his dream. He was truly a powerful American union leader. But for me, the greatest union leader is Jesus. He shared his faith and taught love thy neighbor to 12 disciples, and they in turn spread his good word to billions of believers over thousands of years. These are just a few reasons why I'm a proud American Union member and support collective bargaining. And the question would be, why would you not? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fentress. And next up is Crystal Fentress.
Hello, I'm Crystal Fentress, and I reside in Christiansburg. I'm the parent of 3 MCPS students and a teacher at Christiansburg Primary School. Members of the board, I'd like to start by saying thank you for the tireless work that you do. I have attended and listened to many school board meetings over the years. I'm a veteran teacher with 21 years of service in so far and still going. I'm a proud member of the Montgomery County Education Association. I'm proud to be a part of my union. Our union, the MCEA, was established and has been a part of Montgomery County Public Schools since before I was born, and I no longer consider myself a spring chicken. The Montgomery County Education Association is staff, teacher, and member-led. We are staff, teacher, and member-driven. We are not new to this community, nor are we a part of a third-party entity that intervenes at will. This is why I've chosen to be a proud member union. The MCA has hosted celebrations of our education system to highlight the good work that we all do and to celebrate the talents of Montgomery County Public School students. We carry out professional development opportunities for members to help secure license renewal points, and we often help navigate and solve concerns within our school buildings. We enjoy working with our administrators, many of which are MCA members. Our working relationships within our schools help strengthen our school community. I would like to reiterate that we, the MCA, are and always have been led by Montgomery County teachers and staff. We work with Montgomery County students and along with their families. We share in partnerships with Montgomery County businesses, organizations, and stakeholders. And we do all of these things to make Montgomery County Public Schools a success. Supporting collective bargaining strengthens everyone's seat at the table. So I ask for your support for collective bargaining because I truly believe in my heart that strong public schools yield from collective efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fentress. Next, we have Lindsay Fox. I'm sorry, Lindsay. I'm losing my mind. And on deck is Randy Wirtz.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lindsay Fox from Blacksburg.
And I do know that, yes. Sorry.
Thank you, school board members, for your service to the community. I'm a parent of an 8th grader and a 4th grader, and I've been a volunteer in Montgomery County Public Schools for almost 10 years. As a child, I attended Beeks, BMS when it was on Main Street, and graduated from BHS well before the old gym collapsed. I'm a Townie and a Hokie, and I love our community. This love and my love for all our teachers and staff in MCPS is what brings me to the podium to speak on National Teacher Day. This might be the only day because I don't like speaking. In being present and engaged over the years, I've listened to our teachers and staff. Many have not and do not feel like their voices are heard in our community. I'm here to urge you to support collective bargaining for teachers and staff in Montgomery County. The measure has been supported in counties across the state. Collective bargaining in the public sector in the state of Virginia is a compromise and does not give unreasonable powers as some in our community would have you believe. It will allow a seat at the table, and I believe our teachers and staff are overdue for that seat. They are the professionals in the classroom, the ones who guided our children through these last couple of unexampled years. If they are still here, they deserve more than a seat. They deserve our respect and our encouragement. They deserve more parents who wish to engage productively. They do not deserve parents overreaching and looking to control the way they do their job. They deserve for everyone to stop using education as a tool to gain political ground. They deserve to be able to focus on improving the lives of the children they teach. Teachers deserve more community members advocating on behalf of what they see their students need. Lower class sizes, improved staffing ratios, investment in schools at the state and federal level, as well as from our own Board of Supervisors. They deserve to be able to teach real history and post displays they know marginalized students should see without fear of someone calling a tip line. They know kids need more social emotional learning. They deserve support for their mental wellness and their students. They deserve a focus on the culture of learning instead of a culture of performing on tests. And they do deserve fair compensation. I believe my kids and I have had some of the best teachers around. I stand here today in gratitude, appreciation, and recognition of all of the teachers and staff of Montgomery County Public Schools. I believe offering them a seat at the table to negotiate their contracts will help retain great teachers and attract future great teachers. This year in Virginia, there were 2,000 openings for educators left unfilled by permanent teacher. and more predicted in the coming year. And those seats end up being filled by long-term substitutes. We should be doing everything we can do to avoid a teacher shortage in MCPS. I agree with Mr. Chilcote, the other members of the MCEA, that teacher working conditions are student learning conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have, I got off that page, Mr. Wirtz. Hello?
Hello.
And after Mr. Wirtz, we have Deidre Reynolds Journey.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. I'm Randy Wirtz, and I live here in Christiansburg. I'm here this evening to speak out against the possible collective bargaining agreement with the MCEA. As many of your speakers here tonight will actually have experienced and have mentioned, there are many good reasons not to do this. And I speak on tonight just a couple of the reasons for that. The first involves the school board giving up its responsibility to oversee the Montgomery County Public Schools. If the bargaining agreement is approved, the schools will be managed by what is in the union contract. Your administrators and you will not be able to do anything that is not specifically mentioned in that contract. So if conditions change in the middle of the year, like the economy, buildings are damaged, there are an increase in students, loss of teachers, and all this happens before the school board can determine anything or how to address these issues, they must deal with the union. They must get their input and negotiate with them. You were selected to make these decisions, not a third-party organization. The second reason and issue is something I have personally known about because I was a general registrar here in Montgomery County for 13 years. The MCA will align with political parties and determine contributions for all causes and races without equal representation. In other words, they will utilize dues from all members to contribute to the causes and candidates, even though there are many people within the organization who do not agree with their position. Political decisions or positions or this type of thing should stay or be made on an individual basis and should not be made by a group supporting everyone. Politics should stay out of the schools, and by opening up collective bargaining, you're actually inviting it in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wirtz. Next up, we have Ms. Reynolds Journey, and after that, we have Catherine Kincaid.
Good evening. Deidre Reynolds Journey, and I live in Christiansburg. I am here to speak against collective bargaining, which is unionization, as a former teacher and unfortunately a teacher union member. In state after state, teacher union members do pay high dues, suffer from back-end loaded salary structures, and hold pensions that are grossly underfunded so their retirement is threatened. My colleagues and I have come up with several points about why a teacher union is not beneficial. I'm going to focus on 2 points: teachers losing their voice at the table as a member of a union, and how teacher unions are self-serving and divides the teachers rather than uniting them. The teachers have a seat at the table now, and that was expressed by Alicia Vaught when she talked about all the things that you all have already done for the teachers. Teachers can directly communicate with their administrators and even the school board. Why, as a teacher, would you want to give up that, lose your voice, and hand that voice over to a union representative? Another question is, why would you as a school board vote to have a teacher union come in as a third party and take that voice away from the teachers? It is dangerous for any union to exclude the voice of the teacher in the formation of educational policies or curriculum because they are the ones who have the experience and knowledge. They are the ones involved in the daily work of being in the classroom. Some teachers currently have expressed that they feel pressured and forced to be a part of a teacher union. They have also expressed that when they try to voice a different opinion in their meetings, they are intimidated and silenced by their administrators and colleagues. Individuals' identities may fall to the wayside with teacher unions, which inherently operate with a group mentality. Individuals will have a tougher time sharing their own voice when it's masked by that of the group. The union may fail in their representation. Are they really taking a teacher's concern to the table? When I was teaching, we had a teacher liaison at my school who would take teacher concerns to the union representative. And many times that's where the issue and our voice died. The union representative decided it wasn't important enough to address it. What a teacher feels is an important issue may not be a feeling that is shared by their union representative. The representative will say what is beneficial for the union, which is self-serving. These teacher unions can easily create a struggle between the teachers and the administrators, and the students end up getting caught in the middle. Sometimes the teacher union representative wants to meet with the teacher about an issue during instruction time, instead of after school, which then takes the teacher away from their classroom. This is not being flexible and is self-serving when it's all about the representative's time and not considering the teacher's time or the student's instruction time.
Ma'am, time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Catherine Kincaid, and then after Ms. Kincaid is Bob Beard.
Members of the school board who vote for the takeover of our schools by the unions should be replaced. The county has put faith in you to do a job, and you will be abdicating it. Unions will be a disaster. Property reassessment is coming soon. The rate will be the same, but the values of the homes have risen drastically, which will make our taxes go up. Unions shift money to give it to politicians and themselves. Inflation is here and is expected to keep rising dramatically. The union reps keep telling us that taxes won't rise and that unions are free. If you believe this, please see me after the meeting and I will sell you stock in the Brooklyn Bridge. Paper clips, copy paper and all, cost will rise due to inflation, and so will the needs of the unions. Teachers will have larger class sizes. They may get more raises, but to make up for that, there could be larger class sizes. If you don't like sexualizing the students, you don't agree with pornographic books in the schools, teachers or board members, well, get used to it, because unions will decide what is taught. Teachers, parents, and administrators will take a seat at the back of the room and be expected to obey and shut up. 94% of dues go to the Democratic Party. Even if you support that party, you may not always agree. If you vote for the union takeover, it won't matter, as your vote will have been voted away. Dues are increased to satisfy the desires of the unions. Teachers and parents, don't be afraid to speak out against the unions. That's your right. You have a chance to save our community and our children. Please don't squander it. We have a few times in our lifetime to make a difference in a good way. I urge you to make good use of your opportunity and make a difference now. Board members, I urge you to do the same. Even if you're committed to allowing the unions to take over, to swallow up our schools, you have a chance to make a difference. Stop your support of the unions and support our precious children, who are the brightest part of our future. Vote no to unions. If you vote for unions, you will no longer be needed. You should and will be voted out. Be the leaders this county deserves. Do your job. Thank you.
Ms. Cass, you've reached the end of our first 30 minutes.
Okay, so we need to do a motion to continue.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, 4? All those 4? We're shaking our heads? Yes, okay.
Aye.
Thank you, Penny.
Just want to make sure you heard.
We miss you. Okay, next we have Bob Beard. And after Mr. Beard is Joanne Price.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Bob Beard. I live here in Christiansburg. We live in a great country, and it's great to be able to be up here tonight and be able to speak and have this freedom. It's in our Bill of Rights. I'd like to talk tonight about education. Since that's one of the topics we seem to never talk about at these school board meetings. It just amazes me after a whole year of sitting through these not to hear anything about about education. I'd like to read something first. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure blessings of liberty to ourselves and prosperity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. As most of us know, this is our preamble to our Constitution. It is just incredible. Our republic is formed of a government which supreme power is held by the people. We voted for parent rights this last November. And this republic is considered a public matter and not a private concern of property rulers. That means there's no tyranny. And I'm sorry, cheating. It is important. It is of great importance in a republic not only to guard the society against the oppression of its rulers, but to guard one part of society against the injustice of the other part. Different interests necessarily exist in different classes of citizens, and if a majority are united by a common interest, the rights of a minority will be insecure. This is from James Madison in Federalist Papers 51. Thus, in order to that neither a simple majority nor a tyrannical government could put the rights of minorities in jeopardy, the republic would be controlled by the guarantee of the people. That means we voted and we want our voices heard. We want a seat at the table. The guarantee would be provided by the Constitution contained in the Bill of Rights. This means the school board does not have the absolute power over our kids and what they want to indoctrinate. I need to refer back to the 3-1 school board meeting and the school board member being afraid of being hogtied about books, or so-called books, inclusive books. The truth will always prevail. Please study the Constitution, our founding fathers. Read the Federalist Papers, read the Mayflower Doctrine, and most importantly, read the Bible. The Bible is referred to more than any other source in our U.S. Constitution. Again, parents of this county want a seat at the table. We, the people, demand to be included in the vetting of the books and curriculum. If these books belong in the school library, there should be no problem. We demand transparency, a quality education, mathematics, reading, writing, science, art, athletics, removes the socioeconomic barriers of inequality. Let's educate our kids, not indoctrinate CRT or SEL. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Okay, next up, we have Joanne Price, and after Ms. Price is Justine Brantley.
Good evening. Joanne Price, Blacksburg, Virginia. First of all, I want to address some of the things that Mr. Chilko has been saying. This is a book that was written by Samuel Blumenfeld. He traced the history of education in this country, and he traced the impact of the unions, particularly NEA, the National Education Association. All America, and especially its parents, have been searching for the answer to the question of what's gone wrong with our public schools. Bits and pieces of the puzzle have been culled, but no one has been able to put it all together like Sam Blumenfeld. An educational mafia captured the high ground of American public education in the late 1800s. Chilko was right. This has been going on a very long time. By their own words and deeds, Sam Blumenfeld shows how their carefully orchestrated, partially hidden agenda has deliberately steered the public schools, its teachers, and children down a disaster road to socialism, secular humanism, radicalism, planned failure in reading and writing, suffocation of Christianity, the trashing of basic values, and the establishment of one of the most powerful and dangerous unions, the National Education Association. The country actually owes Mr. Blumenfeld a great debt of gratitude for his courageous work in actually outlining and giving a timeline and history of how this has occurred. We are still marooning millions of children on overdoses of illiteracy. The cure will not come from the experts. It must come from caring and dedicated teachers and parents who will insist on change from people that yield so painfully to change. And that's from Marva Collins, the West Side Prep School in Chicago. I want to have you take a look at this chart. What I did was went back and I traced the MCEA. All right, we have the MCEA, we have Glenn Chilcote here, New River Uniserve. That's his address when you look on the website. But if you trace back to New River Uniserve and you figure out who he is, guess what? New River Uniserve is funded by the NEA through the VEA down to New River Uniserve. New River Uniserve hires local leaders who work with paid staff from both the NEA and VEA. And that is Mr. Chilcote. Now, if you go and look at the associations, what happens with unions are they affiliate with one another. They have associations, foundations, their partnerships. So they don't call themselves always a union, but they affiliate with each other through those links. Now, the NEA is a partner with the American Federation of Teachers. The American Federation of Teachers was actually received a substantial...
Excuse me, ma'am. Your time is up.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Brantley, you are up next, and Sarah Jacob is up after Ms. Brantley.
All right. Good evening. I am Justine Brantley from Blacksburg. School board members and Dr. Whitaker, thanks for listening tonight. As a parent of 2 kids in this school district, I urge you to pass a resolution for collective bargaining at the next school board meeting. Collective bargaining is an excellent opportunity to continue the partnership you've already started. That list of things that was listed at the beginning of the meeting, great. This is a great way to continue it. Working with teachers to make Montgomery County the best it can be. You can't be in every school at once and in every classroom, but the teachers are. They know exactly what is happening in classrooms, and they have clear, actionable ideas about how to improve our education delivery. They are the local experts and can address the specific needs of our students. A contract, the result of collective bargaining, expresses a shared set of values. It's not just the teacher's input alone, but the school board and the administration that would be contributing to the guiding document. It's the result of teamwork and civil discourse, great minds, creative ideas, and student advocates coming together to strengthen our school system. Collective bargaining makes you and the teachers more powerful together to get the students what they need. This is our teachers we're talking about working with. Our very own local, dedicated, knowledgeable teachers, not an outsider. There's a lot of misinformation about unions. Clearly that is true here. But when it comes down to it, unions are about supporting the people who need it most. Those who work hard and struggle to have their voices heard because they aren't wealthy or powerful. Unions support the little guy, and in this case, we're talking about supporting the littlest guy of all, our children. Taxes will not directly raise because of collective bargaining in our county, but even if they did, I would argue that would not be such a bad thing because the money would be going to support our children, our most beloved and valuable resource for ensuring a bright future. Supporting teachers is the same as supporting students. The best resource we have to offer our students to get a good education is teachers, not technology, not fancy school buildings, not more testing. The benefits of collective bargaining include interaction with the best, most professional teachers available, access to increased educational resources and emotional support, and increased overall health and safety. Passing a resolution to allow collective bargaining in Montgomery County will allow us the opportunity to tackle and solve our unique local challenges. We live in a democracy. That is, in fact, what we're doing tonight in the public address. We are claiming our seat at the table. Let's give teachers the opportunity to share their well-trained, caring, student advocate voices and continue the partnership to get what's best for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brantley. Next, we have Sarah Jacob. And after Ms. Jacob, we have Amaya Williams.
I'm Dr. Sarah Jacob. I live at Warm Hearth Village in Blacksburg.
I'm a former classroom teacher. I hope to speak for many who may not have been here this evening because they are attending a school-sponsored event with their children or grandchildren, preparing supper for their family, helping with homework, are still at work, or think all is well with schools. I want to thank the Montgomery County School Board members for having worked diligently and tirelessly over the past 2 years to promote the welfare of all children in the county by establishing policies to keep students healthy and providing many suitable learning options. You have supported teachers by finding resources to help them adopt new ways of instructing and keeping in touch with students. I also want to thank our teachers who work every day to find ways to reach and engage every student in their classrooms. We are fortunate to have dedicated teachers in our schools. We are losing teachers at an alarming rate, and fewer people are choosing to enter the profession. Even if one is dedicated to children's growth and learning, who wants to enter a field with low pay and long hours of often frustrating work, to be disrespected and frequently attacked by those who may have had limited experience in today's classrooms?
Thank you, Ms. Jacob. Amaya Williams, you are up next. And after Ms. Williams is Robert Barbetti.
Hello, my name is Amaya Williams. I'm 16 years old and I live in Blacksburg. I'm an officer of the Black Awareness Club at Blacksburg High School. Growing up in a predominantly white school as a Black person is by far the most difficult thing I've ever experienced. Not a day goes by that I don't hear about something racist that another student has done. I entered Blacksburg High School expecting to experience brutal racism and have nothing done about it because that was the way things were done at Blacksburg Middle School. It wasn't until my junior year, which is this year, I'm a junior, that I decided to speak up about the racism that I was experiencing. Starting from the second week of this school year, when a student in my class shouted "bigger," trying to make it seem like the N-word, up until this very moment, I've spent every day either in a meeting with administration or students discussing the racist incidents that we experience or learning how to combat this school's very prevalent racism problem. Most of the racism that I and other Black students experience happened in a classroom setting with teachers present. Not a single teacher that I've seen witness racism in their classroom has reported it. Racism is not just people being mean. It's people being hateful towards other people because of their skin. Racism doesn't make Black people angry and just offended. It makes us sad. It's extremely sad and discouraging to have to experience this. I didn't do anything except be born with brown skin, yet I'm constantly being dehumanized and hated by people I have to share school with. No one deserves this. I also want to add that I didn't know that there was an equity strategic plan that was just passed, and I want to thank you guys for that because it makes me feel very supported, me and the other Black students at this school, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Hello, Mr. Barbetti.
Hello.
Next up, we have Martha Ann Stallings.
Bob Barbetti, Reiner. Let's consider the Sacred Cow, Christiansburg High School Building Project. Demographics, about 100,000 residents according to the 2020 census in our county, 86,000 under the age of 65. By 2030, predictions are that we will have about 8,000 more, but there'll still be 86,000 under the age of 65. County growth is primarily fueled by VT, RU, medical, and those fleeing urban areas. Higher education is a bubble, like many in the past. It cannot grow infinitely. Shrinkage has already begun. Inflation is real and increasing. There's no restraint on federal spending. The petrodollar, required to buy oil around the world, has been replaced in China, Russia, soon Saudi Arabia, with many others taking steps towards replacement. All those dollars held around the world have previously allowed our unrestrained printing of dollars and thereby distributed our inflation to the world. Soon these devalued dollars will be flooding back to the U.S. to cause more inflation. Then who will afford higher education? Pop goes the bubble, maybe. Students in our county in 2013 were 9484. The projected for 2023, 10 years later, is 9552, a 0.7% growth. The project I'm speaking about includes a student capacity of 1,600. Current count of 1,077 cannot, under reasonable assumptions, reach even 90%, or 1,440, within the 20 years required to pay off the cost of the project. Maybe you should reconsider. An example for savings: reduce 1,600 by 288. That's an 18% reduction. Each classroom of about 24 students at about 900 square feet at about $400 a square foot equals $360,000 a year per classroom. So 288 students equates to about 4.3 million. A lot of numbers. Other spaces, systems, equipment selectively might be reduced by about 6%, or another 5.7 million. Total reduction could be about 10 million, and a reduction to 1,312 capacity, still 22% above current student levels. What you believe about the future demographic and financial landscape are the keys to getting to the right range. I don't know what it is. Once the size is determined, 80% of the cost of the project's already built in. Mr. Krantz will be presenting the capital needs.
Mr. Barbitti, I'm sorry.
You'll hear more.
Thank you. Martha Ann Stallings, and on deck is Kaza Correa de Carl. I probably just didn't say that properly. I apologize.
Good evening. Thanks for hearing me this evening. I am Martha Ann Stallings, and I live in Blacksburg. I actually hadn't planned to speak tonight until just recently I started thinking, how could I not publicly thank teachers who have taught during these unusual last few years in circumstances that no one could ever imagine? Teachers have done it because they love their students and want them to be successful and will do whatever they can to make that happen. Thank you, MCPS teachers. Thank you, MCEA, for supporting teachers, and thank you, Glenn, for your leadership. Also, how can I not thank you as school board members for confirming the importance of equity in our schools and supporting the 5-year strategic plan? In my almost 25 years working in MCPS, I saw firsthand across many age groups how equity is the foundation of positive school climate and culture. Whether it was in my first grade class at Price's Fork, third grade at Gilbert Linkus, fifth grade at Kips, or even my 6th through 8th grades at Shawsville Middle School, when students felt welcomed and treated equally, they indeed rose to the occasion of doing their best. Equity makes a difference, and the resources developed by our capable educators and community members in the strategic plan process need to be utilized in the appropriate years to follow. And we heard that tonight from a student just recently. How could I not thank you, school board members, for supporting the ACE program for MCPS students who can now attend NRCC without going into debt, while at the same time giving back to others through community service? We will have our 4th annual fundraiser race later this summer, and I hope some of you, once again, will participate. Finally, how can I not thank you, school board members, for your service to our students and schools? I personally know many of you, and I know the number of hours that you give to our school division. It, too, is a labor of love. So let's not forget what makes MCPS so well known throughout the Commonwealth. Whether it is the purposeful recruitment of minority teachers and administrators, your pretty awesome central office staff that develops professional learning opportunities, or the continuous work that comes out of the Office of Equity and Diversity and the Dean of Students Office, who provide students and staff the resources and supports that are needed to be successful in and out of the classroom. MCPS has been, and I feel certain will continue to be, one of the best in Virginia. Thank you for being part of making that happen.
Thank you, Ms. Stallings. Next, we have Ms. Correa de Carroll. Am I close? Close isn't
Hi,
so
board
bad.
members, and Dr. Whitaker. I'm Kaja Correa de Carroll. I work at Price's Fork Elementary School as a STEM teacher. And this is my third year in that position, but my 7th year at MCPS. I wanted to thank you guys for the support over these difficult years through everything. And I wanted to tell you guys just a little bit about STEM. So in STEM, we teach the engineering design process K through 5. And for those who are not familiar, that starts with a problem. And when you have a problem, the first thing you got to do is ask about the problem, get to know your problem, and how many people have that problem. You got to imagine your solution, plan and create, and then you've got to test and improve. The goal of the bargaining committee that has been a hot topic is really just important to make sure that when we are addressing a problem that we are asking the people who are involved in that problem, and that's us teachers. And we would just really appreciate a meaningful seat at the table so that we can improve our working conditions, because those are our kids' learning conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Molly Selznick. Is Molly here? Yes, she is.
I'm Molly Selznick. I live in Blacksburg. I also teach at Kipps Elementary 5th grade. I was not actually planning to speak, but I did sign up on my way in because I decided I wanted to and haven't all these times. So I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you guys have been doing through all of this. I know that it's huge and that I'm a teacher, I'm a parent, I have 2 kids with the county. I actually went to Margaret Beeks and BMS when it was in the old school. And I absolutely 100% support collective bargaining for all of the reasons that have been said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selznick. Well, that concludes our public forum. So now we will move on to our business session, our business meeting, correct? Actually, payment of the bill. Oh, no. Yep, payment of the bills. Financial reports. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of the bills as presented?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Aye. Thank you, Penny. I switched around the agenda order just a few minutes ago because I wanted to do the superintendent search update first. Because I wanted, for those of you who might be sitting here and thinking that you are going to get to see the presentations by the 2 search committees that we have selected to interview. It's not happening tonight, so I wanted to let you know that before you sat through the whole meeting and then found that out. The reason it's not happening is that as we looked at this meeting and the amount of things that were going on and the timing of it, besides having the group do a presentation to us during the meeting, which would have been somewhere around probably 9 o'clock or so, by the time we got to closed session to do questions and answers with them, we would have been talking about 10:30. And we thought that that's not a very fair thing to do to other individuals, even though we have to do that to ourselves. So what we have done is we have scheduled for Monday a special session of the board, and it will be dedicated only to having the 2 search committees do their presentations to us, and then we as a board will be going into closed session after the presentations. So you can put that on your calendar if you're interested in either, we'll be doing that live, I'm assuming. So you'll be able to either live stream or be here to watch it. I'm not sure if where we're doing it yet, so I guess we'll have to look, the notification will go out online and let you know whether it'll be at the PD Center or be here. So anyway, that is the update of the superintendent search. We have narrowed it down to 2 search committees, two search consultants. Both have expressed an interest in presenting to us and talking with us. And so that conversation will be happening on Monday the 9th, and hopefully we will quickly make a decision and get started on our search very quickly. Okay, anybody on the board have any questions about that? Okay. So now we're going to move on to we're not doing student representative reports because there's no student representatives here. So we will move on to part C, which is facilities and technology plans. And Mr. Kranz, come on down. Who else?
Mr. Wickham as well.
Mr. Wickham, come on down.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So understand that what you're going to see tonight is a starting point. It's not the end point. The facilities plan should get evaluated every year. Things change every day. Assumptions change. And this plan needs to be a living, breathing document that you visit and go through once a year. Now, one of the things we did, and you'll see the components, but now you have a report of every school and what we went through and identified as the needs from a facility standpoint. As you're going through that, you'll also see other information on those reports. And in the past 20 years, this exercise has been done 4 times. In 2020, the state of Virginia adopted a plan that says every 3 years, you should do a detailed analysis of your long-term facility plan. The reason for that is if I'm going to build a school, it will take at a minimum 3 to 5 years from start to finish. No matter how fast you do it, how good you think you are, the game is 3 to 5 years. So the process that we go through is really very simple. One, you look at your enrollment, you look at what your projected enrollment is, and you compare that to what your capacity are. And then that tells you, do you have enough classrooms? In this particular district, you would look at all the classrooms in elementary, middle, and high and say, we have enough classrooms. We never hit 85%. 85% is your magic bullet. 85% gives you the capacity that if your enrollment spikes, which it can do, any projection you do, and everybody that's done projections here, Weldon Copper from Virginia, Dijon, and Cropper, who's a firm that I've used that's nationally recognized, all have the same methodology, the same approach. But it's still a guess. The driving factor behind your enrollment are 2 things. One, birth rates. If your birth rates aren't running at 2.1 or higher, you're not adding students to your birth program side. You actually have your enrollment going down. Each of those 3 firms have predicted a declining in birth rate up to 10 years ago, and it's matching. The only other area that brings in new students are going to be economic development. If not, all we're doing is moving students from one place to another. A classroom costs today $400,000. That's what one classroom costs. It's not the cost of any of the support functions, being the restrooms, the hallways, anything else. Just the classroom is $400,000. That doesn't include the operating costs. We added 35 classrooms between BES, CPS, and CES. Great program. Increased their capacity, did all the right things, and we didn't change their operating costs. 35 classrooms is the equivalent of an elementary school. At a minimum, that's 3 custodians. That wasn't in the plan. At those buildings, now it's going to take more chemicals. That's not in the plan. Just changing the filters is not in the plan. The point I make is, even though we have capital, we also have operating, and it doesn't go away. I heard this said to me in Richmond City. If I build the building for the next 3 years, you have no maintenance costs. That's not true. Mechanical equipment fails. That doesn't mean it's a bad piece of equipment, but things fail and fail over time. You got to have dollars set aside to do that. Those are things that as you're looking at your plan, keep in mind so that you as a board don't get caught by not having enough money in your budget to keep what you have operating. So the next thing you do once you get into your capacity is going to be the age of the building. Do you know we have buildings? Charlottesville Middle has never been renovated, and it opened in 1935.
Yes. Oh, I know.
It's had additions, but never has been renovated. We had a child that needed to have a handicapped restroom. There was not one handicapped restroom in Charlottesville Middle School. It cost us $70,000 to build said restroom. That wasn't anticipated. And we looked at everything we could think of. Another one, Gilbert Lincoln's, 1963. Margaret Biggs, 1964. Christiansburg High School, 1973. You look at the plan, those are the buildings that you're going to see up there. Harding Avenue. Harding Avenue has one of the highest utilization factors because they have an entire grade in 4 portables. And portables are not in your capacity number. The capacity number is solely based off of the number of classrooms in that building. And then it's based off of a ratio. It's a straight mathematical computation. This district many years ago adopted at pre-K an 18-to-1 ratio for capacity. K through 3 at 18, 4 and 6, 20, 7 and 8, 20, and then 22 and 9 through 12. It's a pure math number. Now, if you try to do that in a classroom that has 700 square feet versus one with 1,000 square feet, it's a totally different academic experience. The state says that for a middle-high program should have 700 square feet. I don't believe that's big enough. And we've designed CHS a little bit bigger. You see what the state has on their side of the letter. Again, there's no right and wrong answer. It's what you as a school board wish to have. And then facilities can build anything you come up with if we have the money. When we look at the projections, we see, and if you look at the utilization percentage, 85% is your magic number. And you can see the schools that I've already mentioned, including Auburn Elementary and Blacksburg High School. Nobody has mentioned Blacksburg High in the last year, to my knowledge, but yet we're at capacity. CHS, which I heard a speaker talk about, CHS has 5 portables at that school today. You take those 5 portables away, then go upstairs. Look at the classrooms where we took 700 square feet and we divided it into 2, or in some cases 4. And we're putting 15 to 20 kids in actually conditions that in some places would say is not appropriate. I'm not here to judge that. What I'm here is to give you the best data possible. Okay? What we believe is the best plan. And this is a draft. This will change. So the capacity challenge we've talked about. Blacksburg High School, it's growing. The problem with Blacksburg High School, where do you add on? If you think the courtyard area, all the utilities are running underneath it. We'll get into millions if we have to move those, if they can be moved. Christiansburg High School, 1973. It's small. It'll tell you, based on the number of classrooms, that the capacity in that school is over 1,200. You cannot put 1,200 students in that building. You can, but they'll be on top of each other. If you look at it based on square footage, it's 886 students. We have over 1,000 today. Then we get to Harding Avenue. That's because of the portables. We have 4 there. Auburn Elementary, you know where their pre-K goes?
Portable.
A portable.
That's right.
The only pre-K programs in a portable. Been that way for years. That didn't just happen. It's been that way a long time. Margaret Biggs and Gilbert Lincoln should have been on the schedule, and I apologize. That was an oversight on my part. And then we had gone hard, and so I didn't want to change it again. When you look at new developments, we've used those as we prioritize things, but we've not put hard numbers into our capacity yet. But in Margaret Beach, you got 3 developments that are coming out of the ground. You got a 56-unit condo project right next door. You got 150 units between the back of Margaret Beach and Kroger. And then you got another 150 units that's going up at the corner of Country Club in South Main. Over 350 beds will be coming there. Is it going to be Virginia Tech students? Is it going to be families with children? I don't know. That becomes then the unscientific part of this equation. And there is nobody in a projection can tell you with certainty they're right or wrong. It's a guess. Use the best assumptions you can, but at the end of the day, it's still a guess. Prices Fork, we have 2 large developments. One is running right behind that school and one right across the street from that school. Both of them were supposed to be a little bit further along than what they are, but they're coming out of the ground. Total, 700 housing units. That's potentially 350 students. At that point, Prices Fork's at capacity. Is Prices Fork going to be the first hit? After CHS, what becomes next? Remember, bond funds are 20-year money. Once you spend it, you can't get it back for 20 years. That's a big decision. Real estate tax is capital, but it comes out of the county's operating fund, so it's there every year. But it also can be taken away every year. In order to use real estate tax with our relationship with the county, we say that it has to have a useful life of at least 5 years. All of these projects will qualify. And then you have your school operating funds, which, remember, those are the only funds that you have at your disposal that you can do anything you want. When we start getting into grants and federal programs, school nutrition, those are specialized funds. You're limited in what you can do by certain rules and regulations. I don't encourage you to ever use school operating funds for capital purposes. Christiansburg, you have 2 developments on both sides of 81 right now, right at 118C, that are going up. We haven't seen an increase in those developments, but they're still coming out of the ground. What are we going to pick up there? The good news is at Bellevue, Christiansburg Elementary, and Christiansburg Primary, we have capacity. With the additions and the renovations we're doing now, we have added capacity that can take care of that. Facilities is really about the age. And the other thing that impacts facilities is your maintenance and repair dollars. We have 2.3 million square feet of space. We have $700,000 to maintain those buildings. At a minimum, it should be double. If you look at the 700 today, just to change filters, that's all I'm changing, filters. You know how much that is? $400,000 a year. Just filters. When I add in all the inspections for elevators and various things we have to do by law, I spend over $650,000 a year. Just on I haven't done one maintenance and repair. And if I did it, if we said we would operate in strict accordance with budgetary rules, The minute I hit 700, we would shut the facilities department down. That would occur about the third month of the new school year. That's the numbers. That's the challenge. You can't, and I'm not asking y'all to magically take care of this, but we took and we summed it. We identified things into 5 categories. We said, what was it that had to be done immediately? We're on the clock. What was in a 1 to 3 year bucket? What was in a 4 to 6 year bucket? What was in a 7 to 10 year bucket? And what was over 10 years? We made our best guess at this. Please understand 2 things. One, these numbers are estimates based on our knowledge today, and we did build an inflation factor in the future of 5%. But they're just guesstimates. The actual numbers may differ when we actually do the projects. I think they're fair. I think they're reasonable. I'm in the ballpark. But please do not think that when you look at one project, it's going to cost that. I can't tell you with certainty that that's going to be the case. You look down below, we broke it down into basic needs, facility assessments. You see we go from $6.8 million to a high of $12 million out in that 4 to 6 year bucket. Even if you were to give me all that money, we could not get it spent within a year. You know, the time to do the developments, the time to get the permits, and then the time to find contractors that can do the work. You couldn't do it all in 1 year. Building renovation and additions, you see how we broke that down. There's nothing magical about that. It was kind of taking into account what the county's debt capacities will free up. Their next big debt capacity is 2030. That's 8 years away. That's a long time. Then you see in the 7 to 10, we did a renovation at Gilbert Lincoln and Margaret Beach. And Charlottesville Middle is a major renovation of the entire building. And that's why it's running higher than the other 2 are. Then below the facilities assessments, you see the building. Then the operating needs, we get the 700. We showed if you raise it to 1.4, which would be a fair number with the inflation, what it will look like. The vehicles, right now, I would not want you to go in some of our both technology and maintenance vehicles. They're so rusted that I can see the road as we're driving through the bottom of them. But if we want to have an in-house department, they have to have the tools to do their job. We've always used one-time money, and that's great. But there's a lot of people at the table on one-time money. The biggest users are buses. And while I'm all for keeping the average age of a bus 15 years or less, buses can go longer. You have to evaluate the assets. You have to evaluate the mileage. You have to evaluate the operating costs. It's not just, oh, it's 15 years, go put it on the side. It doesn't work like that. That's not a good use of funds. You're going to have electric buses coming in. Any day now, our first electric bus will be at the door. We had to ship it back, so I would have had it here now, but I had to ship it back for some problems. It is due to be back any day now. We have another 3 electric buses coming in behind them after the 1st of July. And then 2 more we won, so we'll be at 6. The cost of a diesel bus is $115,000. The cost of an electric bus is $350,000. Significant difference. That does not include the charging stations. So as a board, and I say this tonight because at some point I'm not going to be here anytime soon, so I don't want to start any rumors. But some of y'all may be here past and people need to be thinking about what's coming out. And the electric buses is real, folks. What are we going to do with the maintenance vehicles? Do we buy electric now? I agree. But that's a decision. And then you see the buses. Now remember, as you're thinking about buses, Craig put $920,000 that we had asked for in FY23 budget. He took the 920 out of some bucket of his. And that's there for buses next year. And that'll pay for 8 buses in that category. Any questions on facilities? 'Cause then I'm gonna give it to Doug and I can shut up.
So Tommy, just to be clear, you mentioned the difference in initial price on diesel versus electric, but from what I understand about electric vehicles in general, there's huge differences in the operating cost and in the longevity of those vehicles, correct?
They say.
They say. So and that's why we're giving them a go. I didn't want people to think that we're buying a bus that's 3 times as expensive for no good reason.
But we're not paying, and let me say this for the record. We pay just for, in the 2 that we're getting from AEP, we're just, and all 6 at the end of the day, we're paying only for the cost of the diesel bus.
Okay. Which is even better. Which is even better for us.
We are not paying for the differential. Okay? We did have to, on 2 of them, buy the charging station, which was $12,000 for a single charge. We're doing this for an education. An electric bus says it'll run from 85 to 135 miles in a run off of a charge. That will work in some of our runs. That will not work in some of our other runs. We want to know with the conditions we have on our roads, because they tell you everything's based off of your road, but they can't distinguish because they're still, everybody's getting data done. We want to know, how's it going to handle in winter? How's it going to handle in the weather? How's it going to handle if we're stuck on our special ed bus going to Roanoke or coming back from Roanoke to Christiansburg? We get stuck on the interstate with accidents all the time. How's it going to handle there? We want to know when we have it, where can we go to get a charge if we're in Roanoke? You know, like on propane, they'll identify for you propane locations. There has to be something similar. Those are the things we're going to get. We're at the infancy stage as far as our knowledge base. Blacksburg Transit, by the way, has been great because they're going all electric. So while it's not identical to our buses, they have been fantastic and they are working well with us and helping us out to get up to speed. Ma'am.
I don't know if this, there we go. I was just going to tell a quick story, you know, just to go along with what you were saying. And I may be wrong on some of my dates, but when I was in the 2nd grade, which was a long time ago, was when CPS opened. At that time, we had CES and Bellevue. CPS was just a small building built to catch the overflow, basically. Mm-hmm. Fallen Branch is the only elementary school Christiansburg has built since then. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
1.
Yes, ma'am.
1. And I'm not even going to say because I don't want to give away my age. But anyway, and when my son started Fallen Branch, one of the questions on the survey was, did you move to this area so your child could attend the new elementary school? When we built Blacksburg and Auburn, Fallen Branch, and I may be wrong, but I think at that time was the most overcrowded in the county. They had the most, you know, I think it was 100% overcrowded.
I saw some of their numbers.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, my son is 32. When he started Fallen Branch, it was a new school at 5. By the time, all right, so I don't know how old Blacksburg and Auburn are. They're 7 years old, is that right? 8? No, maybe 10. I can't remember. Time flies. So in that amount of time, that's how overcrowded Fallen Branch got. And that's the new school. So I think sometimes we as a community don't always realize how quick we are growing. And so everybody's like, I don't understand why. So when we luckily were able to put $10 million into it and expand it, which is fantastic. But all I heard is, why as a community, why are we not building buildings larger to build for the future? Mm-hmm. So now that's what we're trying to do.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what we're trying to do. So I think as a community member, you have to keep that in mind. Looking back at the history of how we did things and where we got where we are, so now let's render the problem and try to fix it. just making those comments to what you were saying.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't realize how quick it grows and we outgrow things.
And that's the thing.
Absolutely.
And Jamie, to your point, and to your credit, and Penny's and others of you that were on the board when you all built Price's Fork, you guys did the right thing. You did build
Absolutely.
a bigger,
I was gonna use
because
that
I
for an
remember at the
example.
time we were fighting. And the reason I'm on the school board, of course, right? We were fighting, the proposal to close Harding, which we correctly now thought was really short-sighted. And but I think that there's political danger that I think people need to be aware of, and I do think that it's our job to some degree anyway to educate the public on these things. But when we built Price's Fork with extra capacity, in some ways that got used against us for the following few years to say, well, you don't need to do this or this or this, just use that, just redraw the district lines and use that capacity. But anyway, we'd spend so much time just redrawing district lines every 2 years if we did something like that. So especially when you drive out Price's Fork now and you see those neighborhoods coming in.
And if I'm almost correct, it's at capacity now, correct? Or,
It's near capacity, yes, ma'am.
Near capacity.
Yes, ma'am.
And this was a school not that long ago
Yeah.
that we were getting fussed at for building too large.
Yeah.
And, so I guess it's just a different way for the community to look. And sometimes I'll talk to people and I'll say, we've got close to 10,000 students in our county. And I don't think people realize how many students we have attending schools. And so I just wanted to take a minute and kind of reiterate that we educate a lot of kids. So keep that in mind in the buildings. And yeah, we might not teach children in buildings that my parents learned in. Thank goodness. My parents went to the old Christiansburg Middle School, and even though I love this school and it's great and I don't want to ever see anything happen to it, it's not the same type of educational facility that students learn in today.
Right.
So Tommy, I had one quick question before you move on. You've laid out a lot of different things here. A lot of this stuff is things that we know or we have known about and that we have planned for. I'm assuming some are not. When I look at that top line under the green bar there, the facilities assessment needs, that's kind of capturing, everything that's in here that needs to be done.
Correct.
Is that how much? Is there something? Can you talk about those numbers? Are these numbers something that you've been able to pull together recently, and they're bigger than what we had been planning for before? Is this something that we've not done before? Had we just picked a number?
In most cases, they're coming off of either estimates we saw from prior studies, estimates that we've obtained because we have a limited, you look, our real estate tax is $2.2 million. All right, I'll tell you what, let's take CPS, CES, and BES. So CES, CPS, and BES had a $35 million price tag. That's all in. In that program, there's what's called shared savings. So if we spend less than the $35 million, do exactly what the GMP said we were going to build out, we'll split it. Contractor gets 50%, we get 50%. So as the project's going along, we're running into things that did not get taken into account for whatever reason. Now, I think it's too many things and we're trying to get a lot better, but those share savings dollars now are being spent. For example, we'll spend over $500,000 of shared savings this summer at CES and BES just addressing additional painting that should have been in our scope, additional flooring that should have been in the scope. And then unfortunately, taking up some of the old flooring, there's asbestos, so we've got to go through an abatement process. So the point I make is it's based off of what we're seeing, plus in a very few instances what we saw in prior report, and then we inflated it up.
Okay, I guess where I'm going with this, between immediate and 10, right? So just even the first 4 columns, there's about $45 million of assessment needs that need to be taken care of there, right? So
And
is
you're
this,
immediate in that 1-3, you're right, yes, sir.
yeah, so I guess I'm just, obviously that's not $45 million worth of stuff that just we just all of a sudden found out that we needed to do. So, were we planning for, 30 and now it's 45? Were we planning for 45 all along, but we haven't,
Honestly, and looking like at the Cardinal report that was done in 2012 is pretty much mirroring most of the recommendations we have today.
Okay, so where does, I guess, so these are the needs. So at some point, yeah,
Where's the money?
Well, one of the places where the 2.5 cents was put aside, I think exactly for this type of a thing.
Correct.
So we do have that source of money coming in now. And this is where, as I've told the board before, when, in the past, when things have come up and it's like, well, we can use the 2.5 cents here, we can do this and we can do this and we can be really efficient and we can knock this thing out. It's like, we're not leaving ourselves any room for some of this other stuff. So where are we on the money on this? Or is that coming, I don't know if you're going to talk to that later.
Right now, you've got $17 million in needs over the next 1 to 3 years. That's real. Primarily, it's going to be roofs, mechanical systems. One thing that has to happen is we never need to do partial roof replacements. If we're going to replace a roof, do the whole roof. If we're going to do a renovation, you've got to make decisions. It's great to do things that look nice and pretty and shiny. But if the building's roof leaks, if the mechanical system, either heating or cooling, doesn't work, the plumbing doesn't work, or the electricity doesn't work, you can't open the building. You can have all the greatest technology, prettiest desk, but you can't go in the building. How do you teach if you don't have a room? We got to get back to basics. We have to get back to basics because right now, we're sitting on about $4.4 million over the next 2 years. If you add another 2.2, that's 6 point.
What do you mean by sitting on?
Well, we have the real estate money that'll come in 2.2 a year.
Mm-hmm.
So 2.2 in 23, 2.2 in 24, 2.2 in 25, 6.6, but I've got $17 million in needs.
Right.
And that's not counting the buses. And look, I don't, ma'am?
I didn't want to interrupt, but I just wanted to say a couple of things. Go ahead, Tommy.
I don't want everybody to go off the deep end. If you go to any district in the country, and you're going to have very similar problems, okay? And this is where there's the tough choice that y'all have got to make. I can give you all the best data in the world, and that's my job, give you the best information so you can make the best informed decision. But it's a difficult choice.
What are the choices?
Our facilities department, we continue to give them the resources that they can continue to keep everything up and operating in a safe manner. It may not be the most efficient, but it's safe. You do systems that your staff is capable of maintaining and not doing from an architect or an engineer who wants to go put something in elaborate. And like the lighting system at Auburn Middle School that nobody on my staff knows how to operate. And it's a very, very complicated system. But why have it? It was great from an architectural standpoint, but we can't maintain it. So you got to make, if you make those kind of simple decisions, Ms. Cass, I think that's how a penny here and a penny there, and you're going to add up to significant dollars. But I don't want everybody, this gets too down. That's why I hate doing this presentation.
You see me smiling at you, Tommy.
I know. But I don't want you to think, we're doing my team is doing an excellent job keeping the buildings going. And they need to continue doing that. Okay? Y'all need to continue to look at this every year. I will bring it up every year that I'm here.
Well, Tommy and I had also suggested, and after Mr. Wickham is finished, that'll give you a fuller
I know
picture
where
as
you're
well.
going.
But there you go.
That was
There you go.
So the next steps, we need to fine tune, make sure the capacity numbers from all the schools match up. Because we pulled from what's been reported in prior years, I'm not saying their data's wrong, because I've done some rough tests, but we need to just tie it down real well. Number two, we need to work with the two towns in the county that as they get development submitted in, they notify us, and we can put them out there and work with them to understand what's the demographics, what's going to be going into those developments, and how they're going to impact schools. And so you could start making informed decisions long-term. Number three, and this is one that we did in Richmond, and we did over 80, and I'm not proposing 80 meetings, please. But what I found is the more you can go out in the public and communicate your buildings, give them tours, let people see what we're doing, the better they get behind you as a board and the administration. And it's amazing when everybody gets together how you can get things done. So I think we need to do that next. And then last, keep y'all as a board and the Board of Supervisors through y'all advise what we're doing and what the challenges are. Because both of y'all are the two elected bodies that will have to answer the general public, the voters, on where things are at. So I think that's our next steps, and it works well. I apologize for this going longer. This was not my intent. Okay.
It's important information.
So, Tommy, thanks for the presentation and your words of wisdom. Jamie and Mark, I absolutely agree with your comments. And one of the things that we, as citizens in Montgomery County, one of the fastest growing counties in the state, is we need to stop trying to cheap ourselves into buildings that end up filled up practically before they're built, and understand if we don't build for the future, and if we keep putting things in place like Tommy has said at Auburn Middle School, that we can't keep up, then we will continue to chase this. Just like Tommy said, across the United States, public education is not a priority, whether it be paying our teachers or making sure that we have buildings that are going to educate our children in the 21st century. And like Jamie said, not in the buildings that our parents were taught in. And if we don't step up and say this is what it's going to cost and be realistic about it, we're going to keep chasing our tails. And we're going to keep having these conversations instead of being progressive and doing the things that need to be done when they need to be done. And then we don't have to keep trying to figure out how do we make this work. It's very hard being on calls and attending board meetings because, it works, but it's nothing like being there. So I'm sorry I couldn't be there, especially for this conversation. But Tommy, thank you and your team for your work, and thank you and your team for helping to keep our buildings going.
Yes, ma'am. I'll pass that along to him tomorrow morning.
Tom, I have one more question, and I know you're pressed for time.
No, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm fine. I'm just trying to keep y'all out of it.
Well, I just have a
He's
question.
looking at me because he is.
No, ma'am, I'm not.
No, this is okay. This is interesting.
I apologize, Ms. Cass, if I am. I'm not doing that intentionally.
It's okay. You can go over.
Okay, I just have one question. I can't remember when, and by no means am I saying we don't need them or we shouldn't buy them. I'm just asking a question.
Mm-hmm.
Years ago is when we had the study on the situation, and they said, well, you need to buy 8 buses a year to maintain respectable
Right.
fleet that's safe. That was a good while ago. And we have lots and lots of student riders now. Parents are taking kids
Right.
so much more now than they were 10 years ago when that was
Right.
told to us.
Right.
Could that change that trajectory of how many buses we need a year? And that could be a savings of some sort. Not saying we shouldn't, I'm just saying maybe that's something we need to look at again, because anybody who picks up a child at any elementary, high, or middle school can see it's changed so much on how many,
Right.
parent drop-off it is now.
In year 3 from today, in 4, unfortunately, there's 125 buses in the fleet. Of that, 20 to 25 are spares on any given day. and 100 has the morning route and the afternoon route. And that's, you want 10% to 20% in there, just as a matter of your operating costs. In 3 years, there's 25 buses that will exceed their useful life. In 4 years, there's another 14, so that's 39 buses of the 100, and that's where there's, and you don't want to have these spikes like that, because there's no way you're gonna have the dollars for it. So, you know, I would encourage to try to do some, but maybe not as fast. We don't need to do 8 right now, okay? I know Dr. Meyer would. I can see the eyeballs behind my head. We've had this conversation.
Well, like I said, it's
But
a whole
I
different-
think you could back off of that, continue to buy buses, continue to change the age of your fleet, because you've got other needs, and there's no other money pot. So you've got to make tough choices with those dollars, and I think that would fit very well.
Okay.
All right, one last under the strategic plan.
I have one more.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I guess I can wait. But mine's more a comment that and I appreciate everything you're doing, Tommy, and I know how difficult this is. And I think what a lot of people out there don't realize is that we are beholden to other government bodies, and all the decisions that are made in this county, whether it be, you know, every time they put up a new development, who's funding the schools? Nobody. You know, the developments have no responsibility to provide any funding. The city, maybe Blacksburg, Christiansburg, wherever, they're not doing anything. Our board of supervisors isn't doing anything, and you know, and I know no one wants property taxes raised, and that is a very big thing. But even the chair of the board of supervisors actually suggested lowering property taxes this year. To think that you would request lowering property taxes when we're growing and there's all these new people coming into our communities, and we're going to even have less money to spend. And I just don't think people realize that we have so little, and then the state funding, which is now up in the air because nobody can decide what they want to do in the state. Federal funding goes back and forth all the time. So we have so little control over money, yet people keep wanting more things, and they want more. And it's a very difficult balance, and I'm just making more of a statement than I am. I know there's no solution, and you can't solve that problem either, but I wish other people out there who are responsible for making government officials at a higher level than us, which would be pretty much everybody, would be making decisions and realize that this is about your children and your community. I mean, how can you not make that a priority? I just do not understand why schools are such the priority. And I don't mean just teacher pay. I'm talking about everything. I mean, there's so little funding that comes to us, and you have to beg for it. I mean, you absolutely have to beg. And that's just a sad statement.
Yes, ma'am. One last thing under the strategic plan, we say we'd give you an update on our current projects. So CES and BES will be completed under what was in the GMP by the end of May. We will begin on or before May 25th, what we're calling the summer project, which is those add-ons I've described. CPS is scheduled to be completed December of 2022. Actually, maybe a little bit early, and I'm not going to say when because I don't want to jinx it, but it is moving along very, very well. You'll see at both CES and CPS as we put the canopy in. If you have not seen it at Bellevue, I encourage you to go out and look at it. It's going to make the same kind of statement. At CES, it's blue. At CPS, it'll be red, but it's going to come out extremely well. At the Ops Center, the garage, we've gotten a certificate of occupancy. We're nearly at a point we're putting in some lines for fluids as we speak, and we do that in-house. But you'll see the buses begin getting service there very, very soon. The site work will start May 16th and will take place over the next 6 months there. You'll see a lot of activity. It won't impact parking. It won't impact the roadways. But we will not have available for anybody to use the lower field or the field. Both of those. The lower field is a lay-down area for construction. It's not permanent, but obviously the site will be completely redone. So those will take place. In CHS, we hope to start the bus loop on June 1st. Bids are due back Thursday of this week, and we'll see what we get back on that. That's progressing very, very well. And that's pretty much on facilities from construction. That's becoming our main job there, because in order to keep the $10 million, I really need to have a permit in hand between November and December, or it gets extremely tight. Okay? Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy.
I want to go on record telling Tommy that I will be happy to pilot a Tesla Model X for my car. So I am all in for that. Another good thing about following Tommy is the financials that you'll see with mine are pocket change to Tommy's. So when I took over, we were a little bit behind with our technology plan. And so I spent my first year really just trying to keep my head above water, taking over in the pandemic. So this year we wanted to focus in on our technology plan and bring it up to alignment with what the state asks us to do, which is to align our technology plan with our strategic plan. And I'll show you how that happens. In front of you, you have the document. I'm just going to sort of flip through this and ask you to flip through it with me. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on each one of them. Then as you look over after this, if you have questions, I invite you to come over to the Operations Center, talk with me about the technology plan, what we do in technology, and I'd be happy to work with you on that. So when we started, we developed a committee of 16 people. The committee represented representation from elementary, middle, and high, and also had representation from all 4 of our communities. We also had representation from students, our library media specialists, parents, school board office, and IT staff. So what we did is, the first thing we did when we met was we went over a list of accomplishments, and you'll see our committee on page 2. You'll see our committee dates where we met. So we've met over the past 3 months. We met 5 times virtually, and then we had work outside of those 5 times. But we elected to do it virtually for efficiency purposes. The list of accomplishments that you see on page 4 through 6, I'd like to ask a personal favor that you, at some point, take a look at the accomplishments that our department has been able to produce over the past really 18 months. When you look at that list of accomplishments in normal working times, it amounts to about 4 to 5 years worth of work that we've accomplished in 18 months. We are running ourselves ragged, but the funds were available, and I was not going to turn down a penny of money that came our way. So in order to do that, Tommy had talked about, you could give them all the money in the world, but you couldn't spend it to get it done in time. We're trying to get it done in time. And so when you look at that, like even some of them that I have on here, when we talk about computers and replacing smart boards with view boards, we're already well into that. And here we talked about that we purchased them, but we have already put in probably 200 computers and view boards in our elementary and middle schools at this point in that 18 months. From our list of accomplishments, because in order to make a plan to move forward, you have to know where you've been. And so we looked at all the accomplishments, and from that, on page 7, you'll see that we outlined 18 unique areas of need that we felt still need to be addressed in this plan that aligns with our strategic plan through 2026. Oh, and by the way, I skipped this from the committee. I did ask anybody who wanted to come from our committee to join, because we met virtually and we've never really met face to face. So if anybody's here, raise your hand, and these are some of the people that were in there. So what we did with the items that need to be addressed, we developed an initial set of items, and then we put it out to the faculty and staff and had them look at our accomplishments, look at what we've come up with, and then add items to it. And that's how we came up with our 18 items. So we had stakeholder input on those. What we did at that point is on page 8, you'll see a matrix. We broke our team up into 3 different teams and had them look at each of those 18 items and address where they felt it fit into the strategic plan, into the pillars of the strategic plan, and where they felt it should be implemented during the next 4 years. So you can see that matrix, so we could get an idea of where we felt it would be. Now, we did not put a price tag priority on any of these, but if you look at that matrix, one of those should jump out to you that is probably a priority that we need to address at some point. It's the one that's colored all the way in, just about. From that, what we did is we took each one of the 18 items, and when you look at pages 9 through 18, we put this in a format that is consistent with our current strategic plan. The strategic plan has a specific result statement and then action steps. And what we did to align it for the state purposes to our strategic plan, you'll see the little circles that are there. Those little circles are the graphics that represent our pillars of our strategic plan of instruction, learning environments, poverty, equity, and mental health. So from our matrix, we put this in here. We also put some cost estimates with these. And also, if we had some possible funding sources outside of local funds, we tried to align those in there as well so we could see where we might be able to offset some of the costs that come with this. So as you look through each of those 18 items, you can see that we followed that same format and aligned them also with a cost analysis. Some of those were at no cost. And so we put things in there that didn't really cost us, but we needed to do for efficiency purposes, such as create a sustainable budget. Because right now we don't have a sustainable budget. We have, just like Tommy talked about with vehicles, we have 8 and 10-year-old computers throughout the school division. It's because we did a shift of our funds to cover the one-to-one initiative with the Chromebooks, because there was not a budget line for that. And so I'm trying to circle back and update our equipment, but we just keep running, chasing a circle at that point, because there's really not a funding line for it. If you'll look at page 19, you will see that we have an implementation schedule of where we felt we would do each one of these items. Now, I told my team that we were going to take it easy next year because I've really been running them ragged. But if you look at 22-23, this committee made a liar out of me because we are front-loaded in 22-23 to try to get some things out of the way. And they need to happen because, again, we've had some deferred maintenance on some of our items due to the shift of trying to have a one-to-one division. And I can say that was the right decision because when March 13th hit in 2020, we were able to, within a half of a day, get Chromebooks out to students in grades 3 through 12. Just on a dime, we were able to turn that because we had been at least 4 years into our Chromebook initiative. We had been 2 years into an initiative where we asked teachers to use Google Classroom. So when that hit, we were much more prepared than many school districts across not only the state, but across the world, because this was a global pandemic. And so we were in good shape when that happened. And it's foresight of my predecessor by thinking about these things. And so now we're trying to circle back to do these. If you look at page 20, it is our possible funding sources. And so when you see the requests that are up here, these are the requests that would happen in either one-time costs or annual costs. And so we have some funding streams that we could offset this with, but none of these are guaranteed funding sources. Local money is not. The Virginia Public Service Authority, well, I could say it's almost the guaranteed money. We are 22, 23 years into the state providing us money. We have to do a match. You can see right there, if we put 108,000, we can then spend another 544, and then we get reimbursed that 544,000. And then we have E-rate. E-rate, we are guaranteed that $1.6 million if we put up $640,000. But just like when I go shopping, if you don't have the 40%, I'd love to buy everything at 60% discount, but if I don't have the 40%, I don't buy it. And so, we've deferred 2 years now of that money. So we're now down to 3 years because that's a 5-year period that we can leverage that 1.6 million. It just gets harder to leverage it because you're now spreading it out over fewer years. And we did apply for the Emergency Connectivity Fund. That was through the federal government. And what was great about that was 100% reimbursement. So we were able to get Chromebooks for grades 1, 2, and 3, and some Chromebook tablets for our pre-K program. There's one more round that's currently open. I'm going to apply for some other Chromebooks. Our 7th grade Chromebooks are 3 years old. They can be replaced according to the ECF funds, which would allow us to maybe leverage some of those. I saw people.
I think
looking
that
around.
was to get the ECF funds.
I know.
There you go.
And then you have security grant. We've not been really successful with that security grant, but it would allow us to possibly put cameras in and look for to offset some of those costs.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our technology plan that we have outlined. I know it's raining hard now. for the 22-26 school year. I know because it's new information to you, you haven't had a chance to completely look through it. That's why I would ask that you take some time, especially the accomplishments. Again, I just want to give a big shout out to our department, how hard they have worked to implement a lot of things in a short period of time. If you have questions about the plan, please stop by and visit me over at the Operations Center. I'll walk you through, we'll look at things, and I'll give you some more information. But if you have questions now,
I'm sorry, I don't have a question.
Okay.
I have a kudos, because let me tell you something. You are being way too humble about how prepared we were with COVID as far as technology. Because I can assure you, when we went to our conferences, our state conference, it was by, virtual there for a while, but everyone we talked to was eons behind us in being able to do the Chromebooks, the Google Classroom. So I cannot stress enough how much thanks I have to you and your team, because we were so much more prepared than counties were coming to us to ask us for help. So that's how prepared we were. So I just want the community to know what a big deal that was, and I will echo that as many times as I need to, but thank you, because we kept our kids engaged during a very, very difficult time. And it was thanks to us being one step ahead, and which we always need to be one step ahead, because we never know what might happen, and this was a perfect circumstance. So you all deserve much thanks and kudos for that.
thank you. You're right. I have a great team that backs behind me. It's not just me. It's a great team, and so I appreciate that. And I just want to echo that I can't find many school districts that did what we did during the pandemic with the synchronous people being, especially when you look at our geography. I came from Lynchburg City. It's much easier to do there because their footprint is like a postage stamp. Mm-hmm. Ours, you run out of paved roads in some of our county. And to be able to continue that was just amazing that we could do that. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I brag on this district about what we're able to accomplish every chance I get.
Our I team and our teachers and everyone involved, I mean, we did such great things. I can't say enough about it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ditto.
Any
I echo what Dana said.
I just wanted to say, Mr. Wickham, I really love the way that you pulled it into our strategic plan and overlap those together. I really appreciate your team doing that. I think it was really important and combining that with the work that we're doing.
Yep, I'm very proud of the work that the committee put in. I just sort of sat back and let them work, and they came up with a fantastic document.
I had a couple of things. One, I'm really happy to see the cybersecurity audit and training.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, that's something. One of these days, I'll come by your office and we can talk.
Yes.
On that stuff, because that the whole ransomware thing's been in the news a lot in the last 6 months or so,
and school districts are the leading area of ransomware across the country these days.
Exactly. So, so kudos to your team for having this on your radar and for keeping us cyber safe anyway. Because I mean, it can be a huge cost to districts too. So I'm glad that that's a priority. The question I had was overall, when I look at the implementation schedule, and you did say that it was front loaded, and I look through these pages where you talk about how much these things cost and where we're getting money, and some of the stuff you only have to do, you're not doing it every year, so you're
Correct.
paying for it with one-time money and things
money.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even know where to start to ask about the financials for your department, but I mean, is there a rough number that per year? I mean, what's your budget usually like? I'm sure it fluctuates greatly, right, from year to year?
It does.
Our budget pretty much stays flat.
Oh, okay.
What the district has done historically is in order to pay for things on the academic side, they've taken it from technology and operations.
Yes. Yeah, we have done that.
So now
yeah.
what you've got is you've got a technology and an operations budget that has been whittled down to, like we talked about, facilities.
Yeah.
If I went by a pure budget standpoint, in about 3 or 4 months after the beginning of the year, I'd furlough. There's no more money. Now, when you're looking at Doug's money, so we talked about this, but in the governor's budget, there's a construction line item for the first time ever. Those funds are good for 3 years, 23, 24, and 25. You can use it for technology, you can use it for construction. The decision was made to use it for technology. So we took 1.32 million out of his annual expense. So while it says $600,000 down, his actual annual would be about $2 million.
Okay, yeah.
And that's not his people, that's not the basic equipment they need, that's just on, the additions that they don't have dollars for today.
Okay. Thanks.
That's why I have Tommy with me. So again, I realize that this is new information. I'd be happy to discuss any questions you have after you've had a chance to look at it. And just, you know how to find me. I'm over at the Operations Center. Just reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm thinking, should we take a 5 or 10-minute break?
I think it's a good idea.
Yes. And then we will come back and go to our next step, which is the student achievement data and summer plans.
Yes.
Hello? Hello? I thought you all went home.
We wouldn't do that to you. Okay. Let's get everybody back in their seats, or at least the board. You people out there can do whatever you want. Well, not whatever you want.
Next time. All right.
Okay. Next we have Dr. Wickham and Mr. Pauly. They are going to provide us a presentation on student achievement data.
Thank you. And I've asked, well, actually, Sue, this is in response to a question that you asked. I think it's great for our data to be shared. You know, the goal is for us to kind of get a glimpse of where we were from our SOLs from last year, what our internal assessments have shown us for this year, and then our plans for summer.
The SOL data that we are going to show you in just a bit, keep in mind that testing occurred after last year, after half-day instructional days, Wednesdays off, and then school closing before that year in March. So here are our reading SOL pass rates for last year compared to the state average. As you look across those bars for the different student groups, you can see we were above the state average for most of the student groups, except for white students, students with disabilities, and economically disadvantaged students, which were close. These are our math SOL pass rates, again, compared to the state. Again, you can see that we were at or above the state average for most of our student groups, except for white students and students with disabilities. We continue to work diligently to help our students achieve and help our teachers adjust their curriculum instruction so that it best meets our students' needs, especially in light of the pandemic. In elementary reading, we've implemented benchmark education this year in 2-hour literacy blocks, provided letters training the science of how children learn to read for teachers who wanted to participate in that, intervention enrichment implementation in all 11 elementary schools for supplemental reading support, implementation of differentiated literacy stations and small group reading instruction across the division, implementation of benchmark education assessments to provide data to help guide reading instruction, and implementation of literacy modules for all of our new elementary teachers. The VDOE released this PALS data earlier this year. This is from fall testing this year. The top graph shows the percent of students across the state who did not meet their PALS benchmark. If you take a look at that bottom graph, you'll see that MCPS outperformed the state this fall on the phonological awareness literacy screening.
Can you go back just 1 second?
So that's what that stands for.
So if you look at that top slide, right, you see that the state, and this is below the benchmark,
These
so
are
a higher
students
number
for
is not good in this
marks.
situation.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a significant score for us that's higher than what the state.
And that's every grade level there. So the MAP test is a nationally normed test that shows growth, provides instructional guidance, and can predict performance on SOL tests. This year we gave it to most first graders and all second graders. You can see that for our mid-year testing in both math and reading, we exceeded the growth that was projected for our students, and we almost met the growth target for writing mid-year. We're just about there. This assessment data is from our benchmark reading program. It's not intended to predict performance on an SOL test. Again, the purpose of this data is to guide instruction. And you can see here, this is our third grade benchmark interim, the last one that we took. The average score for our third graders was around 68%. And there at the bottom, you can see the achievement bands. Most of the third graders were in that 70 to 89% range. Fourth grade benchmark interim, 58%. And again, you have the achievement band there.
In our fifth grade, around 63%, and again, most of our fifth graders fell in that 70 to 89% range. And again, I want to emphasize very rigorous tests, and again, not intended to predict performance on SOL tests. So you can see here in math this year, pre-assessments were available for grades 3 through 5 that included prerequisite content, so teachers could determine if there were gaps that needed to be filled in prior to them starting new chapters in math. We provided daily spiral review warm-ups for all grades K through 5. We added a fracs program to help our students with fractions, and I know as much as you guys love fractions, it's hard to imagine our students struggle quite a bit with that, so we're excited about that program. The pacing guide was adjusted to allow students time to build students' understanding of critical skills. VDOE Bridging for Math Strengths website was shared. And then also we had review activities provided for our teachers based on the simulation test data. So here we have our third grade math SOL simulation score. Our locally created assessments are designed to provide teachers with data they can use to guide their instruction and review. Again, they are not considered to be predictors of how our children will perform on their SOL test. We don't have any data over the past few years showing any correlation. These test scores are traditionally lower than SOL scores because the tests are not computer adaptive like the SOLs. So students who miss questions don't get questions of lower difficulty like they will on the SOL test. So again, we give them prior to reviewing. This is our third grade math SOL simulation. You can see that the average score was 67%, and the majority of students were in that 70 to 89% achievement band. Grade 4, around 56%. And here you can see that most of our students fell in the lowest achievement band. And our fifth grade was around 60%, and most of our students pretty close between the lowest and then the 70 to 89% range. Again, this information is used to help guide instruction to help our students prepare and help our teachers provide review. This year's state SOL Fall Growth Assessment contained items that assess standards that students would have learned during the previous school year, and our locally created mid-year benchmark and SOL simulation test actually assess students on what they were learning this year. It's more difficult to show growth with these assessments than it will be next year when the state actually provides a mid-year SOL growth assessment, and it'll use the same scoring system. So basically, we're comparing apples to oranges right now because we're not able to give the same test, but you can see as you're looking at the fall growth measure compared to our mid-year benchmark in math that many of our students did show growth.
And Dr. Wickham, would you just remind the board of the tests that are going into place next year that are mandated by the state?
So yes, so the VDOE next year, they've created these growth measures. So essentially we'll be given a growth measure that's like a shorter SOL test in the fall, another growth measure in the spring, and then the traditional SOL test in the spring. Mid-year we'll have, fall and mid-year will look alike, but the spring will be a traditional SOL test. So I noticed a mistake on this one for our summer academy. This should say June 6th to June 30th, so before any of our teachers become concerned, that's June 30th, Monday through Thursday. Half-day instructional program, our elementary program will run from 9 to 1. We'll focus on essential skills in both math and language arts. You can see the times there for both. Transportation will be provided for those families who would like that, and we'll be serving breakfast and lunch.
Is that at each of the schools, or is that in just one location?
No, each of our elementary schools will have their own program.
Thank you, Dr. Wickham. She did some of the more difficult slides for me because she presented the district data compared to the state data from 2021. And so what I want to show you is that so far, we've given some reading tests in high school only because many of our schools are on the block schedule. So I can't tell you even what percentage of our students this represents, but I certainly couldn't tell you that it's half of them, something less than half. But it's important to note, if you go back to that original slide that Dr. Wickham showed you, we were at about 70 last year for reading all students. And certainly secondary contributed to that low score last year. But we already, having tested a good portion of our 11th graders this year, already showing some improvement. We're at an 84. So certainly trending in the direction that we want to. That is a lot lower than what we are accustomed to here in Montgomery County. But I am excited about seeing that rebound. For writing, I know we didn't have writing scores up there earlier, but writing and reading are so closely tied. I thought it was significant to show you as well that our writing scores are getting up there a little bit. In high school, they're up to 77 from last year. That's a lot better. Middle school is still struggling. I will tell you, having spoken with Michaeline Meyer and Jennifer Wall about our scores overall in secondary, just remember the way we had the schedule during the pandemic for middle schoolers, because they're on an 8-period day, they were not they were not in classes every other day like the high schools because of the blocks. They were in class like they may have 2 or 3 days stretch between times and only saw their classes about 3 times a week. So they were not, I'm sorry, less than 3 times a week. They were not being seen nearly as often. They were not receiving nearly as much continuous instruction as high school was. So we are continuing to be concerned about middle school, but I'll show you some of our things that we've been doing this year. Mathematics is also trending upward. The slide Dr. Wickham showed you initially, I think math was 57 all students last year, and you can see we're already trending nicely. I only have high school scores only from first semester. You can see that we're trending nicely way up to where we are accustomed to being in the 90s, which is where we're
And
used to
Mr. Pauly, we have only part of the scores correct because some students will take the class in a half of a year and test, while other students need a little more time and may take it for the whole year.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I mean about the block, right? Oh,
Yeah.
but we also have kids taking it in year long in some of our high schools, right? But that's the kind of numbers we want to see, right? So in middle school, this is something that we started this year using end-of-unit assessments. They're similar to the benchmark assessments. They're not produced by the company Benchmark, so we call them end-of-unit assessments. They are created by our own people, and you can see that those also show a great deal of growth. If you look at the green and the blue, which is meets and exceeds, which is where we want our students to be, we've gone from 50 to 61. And also for 8th grade from 38 to 48. So we are also showing growth in those areas. On the next slide, I show you the fall growth assessments, as Dr. Wickham just explained. We, this year, do not give test number 2, so we don't really have a growth measure to measure this against. And also in math, it's difficult to show growth even with the assessments that we've created locally. Math is not like English, it's different. It's not necessarily going to show growth because it's like different content each unit. However, we do some spiraling throughout the testing. And again, you can see that it is showing some nice numbers trending upwards. Our math mid-year benchmarks, you'll see, is also trending nicely. We're doing a whole lot better already this year than what we were doing at this time last year. And also in the high school math courses, algebra and geometry, starting to trend upwards towards what we're looking for. We also have summer academy plans and summer school plans. Summer school for high school will be the traditional summer school. For middle school, we'll do summer academies again as we did last year. We learned a lot by doing it for the first time last year. And so this year we will be focusing on math and reading skills. It's a skill intervention program. And we are going to have roughly 100 minutes of math and 100 minutes of reading and writing each day during summer academy, same dates as the elementary. We are going to break those up into 2 50-minute sections. So a student's typical schedule will be 50 minutes of math, 50 minutes of reading, 50 more minutes of math, 50 minutes of writing. We found that keeping middle school students, especially those who were struggling, 90 minutes during the summer was a bit of a challenge, to say the very least. Also, Dr. Michaeline Meyer, is working on creating a writing boot camp, as it says there, for our ninth grade students who did not receive a proficiency rating in our local performance assessments, and students who were in the virtual school and did not come in to take those, but also newly enrolled 10th graders who would not have been able to be assessed prior to entering the school at this time. One last thing that we want to point out to you is the state has provided 3 different opportunities for us to demonstrate achievement this year. The first one is the traditional way, to just straight up pass the SOL test, either the first time or through an expedited retake. But also they will consider us for accreditation if our students show growth from last spring until this spring. And then also if our students have shown adequate growth from the fall growth assessment for middle school grades 3 through 8, middle and elementary, if they show growth between the fall assessment and the SOL test. So we have 3 opportunities, 3 different ways to show achievement this year towards accreditation. So we are encouraged that we're going to do a whole lot better than the last 2 years. And if you have any questions, Dr. Wickham's still here for elementary, and I am here for middle and high school. Any questions?
Hold on, sorry.
I hope it's for Dr. Wickham.
Hello.
Hi, Penny. Do you have a question, Penny?
Well, a couple of statements. So I want to thank Mr. Polly and Dr. Wickham for pointing out these scores reflect what we've gone through for the last 2 years.
Yes.
But one of the concerns for me, and I appreciate the first couple of slides that show the difference in the demographics with our groups of students, because that is very, very important that we know exactly how all of our students are performing and not just as a group. So even though our white students didn't perform at the level higher than the state, there's still a significant gap between them and all other students. And that has always been a concern. So even though we are performing better, if those gaps aren't narrowing, in some places they may even be getting broader, then we know we have a lot of work to do to make sure that all of our students are performing at the highest level possible. So I appreciate the work, but we still have a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Yes.
So, let's see, slide 6, the one that Annie asked us to go back to, I think, I tend to be visual with my data, and I guess, you know, we knew that this year and next, you know.
Which one is slide 6? I'm sorry, is it
the
that one?
PALS, yeah. You know, we knew that things were going to be tough because of COVID and lost learning and things like that. So for me, I'm looking at some of this data, just trying to assess, you know, we obviously can't insulate ourselves from the effects of COVID. So, but how are we doing otherwise? How do we compare to the state? How do we, you know, how do we compare to last year? How are we doing this year? And some of your slides really, I mean, this is a lot, and thank you for all of this data. Some of this was easier for me to look at and go, oh, hey, look at that. Like this slide here, it's like, as you pointed out, not only are we doing better than the state, but from 2019 to 2021, we've actually started to kind of turn the tide even, right? Which I think it says.
No, 2019 was better than 2021, but we did improve from 2020 to 2021.
I guess, yes. But I guess what I'm saying is if you look at the state trend.
Oh, okay.
Right, the state trend is going in the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm.
We also went in the wrong direction from 2019 to 2020, but in just 1 year, we've actually turned it around, which I think, you know, couldn't be a better time on a Teacher Appreciation Week to you know, give a shout out to our teachers who are working so hard and our administrative staff that are working with them to make up for, some of what we've lost. I really do appreciate that.
Yeah, I think if you remember, we have implemented a new reading curriculum. And so I do think that for us, that is one of our indicators of, one of the things that we can point to is the consistent implementation of, as Dr. Wickham said, science-based literacy instruction. And so I really, I can't point to everything, but I would bet that that is one of the things when you see that significant difference between us and the state this year. There is new legislation going in to place that science of reading is going to, be implemented. We're ahead of that ball too. So that work started for us about 2 years ago. Right now it's voluntary. We're doing another round of additional teachers getting that training, but it's really, really important to their understanding of student development and meeting individual needs. When Dr. Wickham showed the slides and she said, this is more about guiding instruction. This one is what we use to guide instruction. So that helps our teachers identify which groups of kids, which specific kids need help on which specific skills, which strategies, as opposed to remediating or reviewing everything with everybody. Certain kids need certain things. And so I would, commend Dr. Wickham for her leadership in that area. I think it has been difficult during the pandemic, but I believe this is a piece of that evidence that it is making a difference for our kids.
And Dr. Whitaker, if I may add, if you'll recall with the benchmark program, we had purchased that in 2020. We brought that to the school board. I think it was December, January 2020. So we had it, needed to move forward with it, then the pandemic hit. So we had to make a decision, do you move forward with that or not? So it was tough last year because we were trying to implement a new reading series, but we are seeing results like Dr. Whitaker said.
Yeah. So having said that, some of these other things, there were a few things here and there where it looked like, okay, this is an improvement. There's other things where it was just, I didn't have other data to compare it against, so it was just hard to tell. Like, the elementary math stuff, for example, it looks like the fourth grade, had that wide band on the red, but I don't have anything.
No, that was the middle school.
Yeah. And there's the hard part with comparing, I think it's good that we do the presentation now because just there is nothing to compare to that's been the same. I think when we can look at the state in comparison to us, that helps at least give us an indicator of everybody kind of being in that same place. But I agree with you, it's really hard because it's the new norm. It's like the new starting point.
Yeah, so I guess the question for all of that is to both of you, I guess, is there an area, there's some areas where it's obvious we're doing pretty well. You guys are closer to the data than we are. Is there an area where you are more concerned, where there's maybe more resources needed, especially maybe even from us or something like that moving forward that we need to be aware of?
I don't necessarily know that it's more resources, but we are more concerned about math. And the reason why we're more concerned about math is because last year when we had the half-day schedules, to implement reading, the benchmark program, you need 2 hours. So last year we scheduled an hour and a half with the idea that if we spent more time on reading, that would carry over to science, social studies, math, everywhere. Math was cut from an hour to 30 minutes. And in our schedule where we normally have a little bit of IE time for intervention, we had 0. So we are more concerned about math just because last year's instructional time was cut in half. But in terms of these scores, these tests are way more rigorous than the SOL test, and they really are provided to say, here are the SOLs throughout the year that we really need to go back and review. So unfortunately, I can't really make a prediction from these. I feel badly for any teacher who's watching this at home and feeling bad about this, and that really is not the point at all. It is the data that we have. But if I had to pick between the two, it would definitely be math because of the time that was cut. And we just started SOL testing this week at the elementary level, so hopefully soon we'll have some data to let us know.
Well, isn't math always historically been, the scores have been lower than the reading scores?
At the elementary level, no.
No, okay. I know at the middle school level it was.
Yes, historically at the elementary level, our math scores have been higher, but we're starting to see that flip. And again, we think it's because we're going after the science of how children really learn to read. Education is continuum. Years ago we talked about phonics. We got away from phonics, and now we're back to phonics again. So that's what's working for our students, we believe.
I tried to throw a joke in there, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear.
I said hooked on phonics.
So to answer your question for secondary, if I had to pick one thing I'm most concerned about, it's middle school. As I said earlier, they missed more instructional time. And if I had to pick one of the two areas, I'd have to pick math. I think middle school math probably took the biggest hit. There's a tremendous leap in the content from elementary math to sixth grade math. They are introduced to new concepts that they've never before touched on in sixth grade math. The transition from 6 to 7 and 7 to 8 and on is not nearly as dramatic as the jump from elementary to sixth. So we may be experiencing difficulty there for some time, but the teachers are well aware, and the leadership from Jennifer Wall is fantastic. She has got so many things in place to help the teachers. I'm with Dr. Wickham. I don't know resources is the answer, but patience and understanding to know that it's going to take time to recover. And we have SOL scores that'll be and SOL testing that'll be happening here in the next couple of weeks, and we're excited because of the trends we saw from fall testing.
It doesn't surprise me that middle school would be where you're just talking about a whole different world in a middle school, and with those children, it's not just the academics, it's the social interaction. So they're not necessarily focused on learning to begin with. It's all this new school and all these new things and so many exciting things going on, and and getting them to focus to begin with is hard. And now, it's got to be. I could see why that's
Right, the
most
sixth
difficult.
graders hadn't been in normal
Right.
school since fourth grade.
Right,
So-
and now all of a sudden you're in a school with all these other bigger kids and a lot of students you don't know. Now you're mixing 5 elementary schools into, or however many,
You're
into
changing
one.
classes of teachers,
Yeah.
and you have lockers,
Mhm,
and
things
it's all very, very different.
Yes, so I can see why it's a struggle for them.
So I have a quick question, and this is just actually more curiosity. But a while back, we were wanting to up the literacy part because of our reading and writing issues. And the administration came up with this great idea that we were going to incorporate a writing into every class subject. So this is probably more for you, Mr. Pauly, than it is for Ms. Wickham, because that subject is taught, so every subject is taught by one teacher. But just to get your feedback, and I think we've talked on this some, but I'm just kind of curious since the pandemic, because this has been an ongoing thing that we have continued. Have you seen a great, maybe effort as far as how much this has helped our students having that piece in every class? Because I know now some teachers, even in math, instead of having finals, they'll incorporate a project, which still incorporates that subject, but there's a lot more to it than just dealing with doing a test just on that subject, because it incorporates the writing, the thinking, and all of that. Do you see that being a plus since we have incorporated that to help with that literacy piece?
So you're speaking about writing across the curriculum.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
It is a requirement in secondary. It's a required process goal in everybody's goal setting when the principals sit down every year and meet with each teacher. So we were seeing some really neat things. I can't say that it continued great during the pandemic.
Right.
And I have no data or hard evidence
I
to
just
tell you.
didn't know if we could see any kind of increase as far as helping our students with their say reading and writing
Not that
by
I could-
incorporating that into
Not that I
other
could
subjects.
specifically point to that as the cause.
Okay.
But that is something that is an expectation to be happening.
Right.
And I've seen some really neat things, some kids writing in band, writing reflections about the music, that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Parton, it's a good time to note too that we've been working this year on a project that will really take legs next year, which is we have had a group of the leadership team working to develop a framework for a pre-K-12 literacy plan for the school division. And so what we've done this year is really just come up with what does that plan look like. We've researched other school divisions across the country, tried to identify what are the components we would want in our plan, and then next year they will lead that initiative with stakeholders, teachers, community members to pull together and really give us a comprehensive what does literacy instruction look like from pre-K to graduation. And I think that will be an opportunity too to say what other data points do we need to look at to know how we're doing. And I'd foresee us looking at that writing across the curriculum in that way.
Yeah, that sounds great. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so
Okay,
much for
so
that.
I don't want to
information.
take. Okay. Again, I don't want to take anything away from the hard work that's being done in trying to recover from 2 years of just unbelievable issues around education. But I would like to see all the information that we received tonight broken down demographically so that we have a true picture of what is actually happening with our students. Is that possible?
Yes, it will be possible after SOL testing. If you notice, many of the slides for secondary are noted as locally tabulated, so we really can't break that down by the student groups that you're interested in seeing. But when we get the SOL results from the state after they finish up testing by the end of the school year, we should be able to get all of that broken down demographically for you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And Ms. Franklin, I would echo your feelings as well. I think that we're doing great things. Our teachers, all of our staff have been working tirelessly, but, we would certainly not want our performance to be, in most cases, where we're seeing it. I think we're doing a phenomenal job. We're all, within moving out of the pandemic, but we're going to continue to focus and we're going to continue to be strategic in the actions that we take and really targeting the students who need the assistance and in the right area, not just doing a spitfire, let's throw this at everybody. It really needs to be targeted to specific kids. And this is kind of, like I said, our new stepping point. So we've got this data. It's not what we would want it to be across the board, but we're working to make those improvements. And I think our staff has done a phenomenal job throughout the pandemic to bring us as far as we have come.
Thank you to both of you for your presentation. We appreciate it. I think it's important that we continue to focus on our student. It's very easy these days to get caught up in a lot of things that are not related to student learning. We tend to get sucked into a lot of issues, and I think it's important that we make sure that we get back to focusing in our meetings and every day on why we're really here, which is student learning. So, moving on to the next topic, which is actually kind of my thing. We have currently, over the last, I guess, year and a half, 2 years since the pandemic, been live streaming the majority of our meetings. And partially it was because of the pandemic. We started out doing it, and then we had to move out of here, and we were over in the PD Center, which seemed like a kind of a cool place, and we got to show off our PD Center. And unfortunately, I don't think people realize this when everyone's asking for live streaming. We have spent, just in this calendar year, $19,000 to live stream. That's a lot of money. It costs at least $2,000 every time we ask them to come to the PD Center to live stream our work meetings. And we had talked as a group. So I'm really I'm opening this up to conversation amongst us. But we talked as a group about, live streaming all the time, but then we also talked about having work sessions and having our beginning meeting of the month would be our meeting here in the government center, and then our second meeting of the month would be our work meeting, and we would have it we were doing it at the PD Center. One, I want to recommend that we maybe start doing our work sessions here at the school board office in the training room, conference room, whatever we call that room, the big room. And that's where we used to do them, and go back to doing that. The other I want to throw out as an idea, and might not be a super popular idea, is to no longer live stream the work session, but to audio tape it and people could still listen to it. But the whole idea of the work session is to be able to sit and talk and work as a group. And it's become more of this kind of formality of a meeting and lots of public address, and not that we would, I guess we still allow public address at the work meetings, but to really get work done. And we haven't really had an opportunity to do that. And so I'm just throwing out, and I'm opening it up to discussion amongst ourselves. It does, from this room here, just by the way, it costs $400 a meeting to live stream from here. So this is obviously cheap. But we don't want to have all of our meetings in here because this is not conducive to a work meeting at all. It's actually, like right now, I got to keep going like this just to talk to each of you. And it's kind of like watching a tennis match. So that's my thought is, and I'm going to let you guys talk because I need to drink some water, but that's my thoughts.
Well, I'd like to chime in. So as we are trying to, as a district, move forward from the pandemic, before then, we had our work sessions in the government center at the school board office. What do we call that room? The multipurpose room?
We call it conference room A and B.
I call it the big room.
Okay, right, in conference room A and B. And we had agreed years ago when we decided to move our work sessions from the boardroom to the conference room that it would be only audio. And I think if we're going to be moving forward and try to get back to something normal, that we need to go back to that. Because, Sue, as you said, it does cost quite a bit of money to be live streamed. And folks have just gotten used to, because of the necessity of seeing us every 2 weeks. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, if you guys don't mind me chiming in
Absolutely.
next.
That's
I'm gonna echo what Ms. Franklin said, and I think I have kind of stated how I have felt about this before, but I will make that statement again. And after we've heard about our money and trying to be fruitful and trying to use our money wisely, that Mr. Krantz had come and addressed us with tonight. It just kind of adds more to the making the sense of. I still want to be totally transparent to our community. I'm all about that, always have been. So with that being said, I feel that as long as it's more of what we're saying than being able to see what we look like, in my opinion, as long as we're offering the audio of what's being discussed, I think that personally would be sufficient, and at the same time, that would be adhering to our community, feeling like we were being transparent, and would still give them an opportunity to listen to the meeting if they couldn't attend it and such. So I'm not sure how everybody else thinks, but I'm going to say that I vote for going back to the audio, which still would provide transparency and, community could still listen to the meeting without the added cost of actually doing the live stream video.
Okay.
I'll kind of jump in now. I'll be honest, I never watched a school board meeting until the pandemic, like probably a lot of people. And so, the way y'all have been doing it's the only way I've ever known, right? And obviously that's not fair. I do appreciate Ms. Franklin's comment about trying to get back to normal. Also, not a fan of doing anything that kind of takes away from transparency, right? And I know I've heard from plenty of folks in the community where they feel that being able to see us live, it's more transparent, right? Just by nature. Also understand the fiscal aspect of that and all those kind of aspects. I guess, maybe this is more of a question, but as I was kind of running and kind of learning about the school board, it was shared. I think that typically in the work sessions, there's no voting on things, or historically, and we've certainly done a lot of that, even while I've been on the board, certainly last year. So I mean, if we want to go that direction, we want to get back to normal, as Penny was saying, these work sessions are truly just, I don't know, I'm not sure what kind of work y'all typically did in work sessions. I feel like that, all these sessions are working, right? So, it would be helpful for me to get an education about what typically was happening in work sessions. If we're going to go that route, and, I think certainly not holding votes in the work sessions where people aren't being able to watch them live would be a good step. I'm not willing to say I'm in favor of this yet, but certainly I'd be interested in learning more about, what that might look like.
Got
Sorry. So I think it's important to maybe talk a little bit about the history of how we moved to a work session. I think that before I got on the board in 2016, we just had 2 meetings in this room. And I think that in 2016, there were several people that were either brand new or almost new on the board. And being up on the dais together is not always conducive to having conversation. I mean, you've got video cameras, you've got a giant audience. Like it's in some ways it can be or feel performative, right? And so I think one of the reasons, at least one of my reasons for supporting the idea of going to a work session was just watching, I came up through the town council in Blacksburg, I think, as far as my local government, early upbringing, if you will. And there they do a work session in a small room, on, like once a month or in between meetings. And they literally sit around a conference table. There's no cameras, there's no microphones, there's nothing. It's just a chance, but it's an open public meeting and people can come. And so I think for me, the hope was that if we did a work session like that, it would be more discussion oriented, give and take, that type of a thing. Now, I think during that time that I've been on the board before the pandemic, I don't know that we've fully achieved that. I think to some degree it went a little bit more that way. It was a little bit less formal, and maybe it did allow for a little bit of that, but not to the degree that I think anyway I was hoping for. And then I think that when the pandemic came, I think it's really changed a lot of things. Not just, it's changed for not just us, all local governments, I think, across the country, and for companies too. I mean, there's companies that have, they went virtual and they're not going back, or they're letting their workers do that. There's, our society is changing because of this pandemic. And so for me, I almost want to go in the other direction and just say, what really is the difference between this and I feel like there's not enough of a difference that we should necessarily keep doing it. And just like Linwood, I'm not saying this is what I want to see happen, that's it. I'm just letting you guys know what I think, that I think it's more important to give the video feed, the live feed, or to go, I almost feel like we need to go one direction or the other. Let's either go to open transparency and just, either meet in here, or find another way to keep the video feed, or let's rethink what the work session's really about, so.
Jamie? Do you have any thoughts?
Well, everybody knows I don't like the video feed anyway, never have. Didn't want it to begin with, and it has nothing to do with transparency. It has nothing to do with trying to hide anything. Everything has become an open book everywhere. We've got websites, we're out in the public. People can come in, they can talk to us, they can see us online, they can listen to the meetings.
Later.
Huh?
They can watch the videos.
Yes,
of the meetings.
it's to even act like there's a transparency issue. I'm like, oh, come on. So it has, in my opinion, it's not about that anymore, because there's so many ways of watching the meeting. And I guess for me, $19,000 a year, you know what, we got
That was only for.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, not year.
That's like only for 4 months.
Exactly. So how much a year did?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, you were probably talking, $40,000, $50,000 a year.
Okay, so saying that out loud, you're talking $50,000, $60,000 a year for someone to be able to watch us instead of listen. I can think of a lot of teams that we have in our county, and no disrespect to any kind of program trying to help fund them for uniforms, but their kids are wearing uniforms that are falling off of them, and they're rolling their waist up to try to keep them on, and, you know, things like that. And watched it, saw it, you know, and parents are going, this is the uniforms they have. I mean, just because they don't have the money to purchase new, and I'm not saying that money would go toward that. I'm just saying I have a problem spending that much money to live stream video when we can do audio or have it in this room and use that money to benefit our students in some other way.
Can I just ask a question just to kind of piggyback on that, I guess? How much would it cost if we were just doing the audio at the PD Center or wherever?
You mean streaming?
Well, so
It is important to note, it is not automatic, so this isn't a live audio.
Not
stream.
live audio,
the
it's
next
taped audio.
day,
It's
right.
taped audio. It's
Mr. Wickham, that's something we do though, right? Is there an external cost? It's just loading it between the devices and all that, downloading and whatever.
Right, so there is no cost. We have the equipment at both places. The only thing I would say is I love the PD Center because it's our home field advantage. If we are going to continue with the virtual public address as part of that meeting, we are more in line at the PD Center to be able to handle that capability. We have the phone system there that we could tie in. When we go to the large room, conference room A and B, it was not set up for virtual public address. It was set up only for you all to be able to have your conversations. We record the audio as you're talking, and then afterward, the next day, Ms. Drake she would publish that audio out to the internet for people to listen to. And we have that same capability at the PD Center. That's what we did previously. We recorded you and then played it back on our YouTube channel after.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Is there a way of taking a audio and getting it transcripted?
Yeah, so YouTube will actually do that for you.
Okay.
It has captioning, so
Okay.
people can turn on captioning from the YouTube feed and have it.
I was just wondering if we could create, because for those who maybe are not into listening to 2 hours worth of meeting, if it was put into a transcript and they could actually
There are
read it.
transcription services, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
For
know how
money,
much that
right?
for
That
money.
costs money.
Obviously, it costs money, but I don't think it costs $5,000, but I could be wrong.
I would
don't
say,
know.
just doing my dissertation, it is pretty pricey.
Is it? Okay.
The tools that you can use, they will there are some that will automatically download, but it does catch language wrong, and so you may not capture what it is you're trying to say. You definitely either have to pay a service to check behind you, or pay a person to go, and, it can take hours to fix one transcript. It would probably take a lot longer to get a transcript up of a 4 or 5 hour meeting. It would be at least a week, I'd say, and, unless we pay to do it internally at least. But a company we could get an estimate on.
Doug, is it, I wonder if we had a contest in our high schools among our students to come up with a way to have a single camera live video feed for less than $400, how many entries we'd get and how many of those would be successful.
We're
And-
not talking about $400. $400 is what it cost here.
Yeah, that's what
It's
I'm saying.
$5,000.
No, I know. I guess what I'm saying is I don't think that we need, I totally agree with Jamie. And I don't want to get too far into the whys of all of that, but I do think that if we maybe change the parameters a little bit, let's say, of the problem, I think probably we could have, we're already in a room that has an audio feed. Setting up a single video camera or even a laptop with a video feed doesn't seem to be overly difficult to me, and we can talk about it offline. But I guess my question to you is, could we do it ourselves for the same cost as what it is here, but not as, obviously not a multi-camera angle type of thing? Do you understand what I'm asking?
I do, and we had done a single camera presence before, just a webcam, and I think the feedback we got was that they didn't like the single camera. It was just a wide angle lens, and that's not me speaking. We set it up.
I guess my point is that if we're okay with if it's that or nothing, I think a lot of people would be fine with that. And I think
you
we
could
may
do a
have
single
some
point
other
of presence.
choices besides pay a lot of money or do nothing, right? There might be something in between.
So just as part of my technology part, you probably didn't see that part in there, but I know you talked about the cost, 50,000 and beyond, and that cost is because we bring in and we take out every time. For $25,000, we could permanently put in equipment and have the streaming capabilities. Because I personally feel in my technology plan, if it's going to be a PD center, we should have that streaming capability anyhow, because it's not just for school board meetings, it's professional development. The way our schedules work with our staff, it's really hard to try to get everybody together because of our staggered schedule. So if we're going to do after school professional development, our secondary schools release around 3 o'clock, but our elementaries don't release until 4 o'clock. So that means that if you want to meet everybody in person, we're talking 4:30, 5 o'clock, and your interest tends to wane that late in the day. If we had the streaming capabilities built right in there, we could have our secondary staff come in, and then at 4 o'clock, we could bring in our virtual people. But as we continue to go with that, that's one thing I wrote into the plan, because it had nothing to do with the school board meeting. It all had to do with, if it's a professional development center, we should have the capabilities.
I think that's something, kind of a different topic, because we have a PD committee who's working on bringing those recommendations to us. So it's certainly something we could do, but please don't do that for that function. I think the preference is to have people in person for learning as much as we can. It would certainly be a benefit, to have that, but don't use it as your kind of decision-making factor in that piece.
And that's not going to answer the current, there's a couple issues here, and so I guess I'll give my opinion since, were you done? Oh, Jamie, you weren't done.
With him saying that, I almost think, okay, how could we kind of say, all right, we're going to not do 4 months, that's basically 20,000. And as we save that money, then do what you're saying, the 25,000 expense. And to me, we're making a investment, but we're also saying this is why we're not doing this. So we can do it the next 6 months. Take these next 6 months, we're not going to do anything. We're going to take that money, we're going to bank it so we can invest in what we're going to be doing there. And then have the work sessions there and have, like I said, I'm all about just doing the audio and not having any money, but or not spending any money. So.
I guess since I have been on the school board, I was only on the school board for 2 months before the pandemic, and so I've never really experienced a true work session. We did used to meet in this room over here, which I found much more conducive to having just conversation. I think the PD center is overwhelming and large, and it's also the way it's set up. It's a mini version of this, and I don't think it lends to sitting and having real conversation about what we're doing. The kind of work session you're talking about, Mark, that. And I've seen the Board of Supervisors do it. They use that conference room here. That's exactly what they do. Now, they do live stream theirs. I don't know how much, or do they live stream? I think they live stream theirs, don't they, Doug?
They have a camera over there.
They have a camera. That's their camera?
Yes.
Is it the Board of Supervisors camera?
Yes, it's a single camera that's mounted up there. So
and what would they charge us? Would they charge us to use it?
Probably. I don't think so.
I should hope not. That was sort of sarcasm, but
but we could do that same thing. It's a higher quality camera than just a webcam, but we could definitely do that as well.
Ms. Cass, I need to clarify something. The $19,000 that has been spent has been this school year.
Oh, okay.
Not calendar year, so it's actually been since last July.
Oh, it has. Okay. Well, that's
having
less.
all of our meetings at the PD Center.
Okay. Thank you.
I was just going to ask, is there a cost-effective compromise there where,
Oh, no, it's 2,000.
where we could live stream audio at the work sessions and not actually do the video? I mean, I think it's the delay that bothers some people, right? Like, if it's urgent, like they want to hear it right now, there are people at home right now watching this thing, right? And would probably do the same thing, would listen to the work session if it were live instead of having to wait the extra day. So is that an option that isn't crazy expensive?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Doug and I were talking about. What Doug was saying, I think before we had, I think people had an expectation of like getting a certain level of quality, like that they were used to here. And I think if the choice is nothing versus that, I think it would be okay. And I agree with Jamie too, that, we could switch to some kind of a homegrown, and I actually think we can do better than that. I've got some ideas I'll run by Doug, but I think if we switch to something like that for a period of time, and I don't know what that period of time needs to be, and until our budget can.
Yeah, why even, if they've got a camera in there?
I think because cameras are not, like cameras are everywhere. Like, I don't think that's something
No, they
special.
it's what they use to live stream their meetings.
Is there room there for people? I just didn't know within that room. We do still have some, community who come. Is it the room right over here is what you're talking about? Like, do they have space for public?
It's the big room. It's the big room.
But I think also, Doug.
Multi-purpose
But
room,
I think
right?
also if
Yeah.
we're going to keep having.
No, that's
It's
their
not?
room, Sue.
What was that?
Yes, not the same room.
It's not the same room.
room. No.
Anyway, I think that those are details that probably we should let Doug and his team work out. But I think one detail that's important to keep in mind is if we want to continue with public comment, and if we want to continue with letting people dial into public comment, that maybe we could still do it at the PD Center, but reconfigure the table. So rather than it being configured like this, we're configured like we normally are, and then just give people space to just come watch the meeting if they want. I'd be fine with that.
Penny, you say audio only?
Yes.
You're basically saying audio only, right?
Yeah, so this is the piece I don't understand. If we want to get back to or try to achieve a more personal conversation around the workings of the district and believe that cameras hinder that, then why are we trying to get cameras? The only reason that we had cameras during our work session was because, or we have cameras during our work session, is because of the pandemic.
That's right.
We did not have them before. And we moved, as Mark reminded us, we moved to that to try to have a more of a work session. So I am more than in favor of only doing the audio, if that's what we're trying to achieve.
Is this something we need to vote on?
And I prefer that it be in our multipurpose room.
Okay. Audio, multipurpose. So where do we go with this?
I mean, so it's 2022. We're going to record audio and then post it the next day. Why? Can't we live stream audio?
Well, most of our meetings go to almost the next day anyway.
We're working on it right now.
Time. Come on, it's almost 11 o'clock.
We got an hour and 15 minutes. It will be tomorrow.
I don't think that's the point. I think the point is access to the meetings for the public, and I think that's what the pandemic has changed. So I think that's what's different. I'm fine if we're going to go audio only. I just think that it needs to be a live stream audio. And Penny, I hear you on the workroom AB. I agree. I like that room better. But if we've been having a lot of interest in some of our meetings. I don't know if that room's big enough. Doug's given us some technical reasons why we can't do some things in there that we can do at the PD Center. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know that we need to decide it maybe even tonight. So
I think it'd be nice to see some options presented from the technology group, just to kind of see if we did this is what would be available, and here's the cost or no cost.
Well, I think we know what the cost. It's $2,000 every time we're at the PD Center. It's $2,000.
I mean, it's $2,000 at PD Center if we do live stream and video, but
right.
seems like there's half a dozen different options.
Exactly.
That we could consider. And we could be here all night trying to come up with the right motion for that.
Oh, no, we won't. So I suggest that we table this.
Okay.
And the only other thing I would suggest is that we ask our staff, Dr. Whitaker and her staff, to put some of the ideas that have been mentioned tonight down on paper with some numbers, and that we continue that conversation at the next board meeting or some other time.
Okay. I don't think we have to. Do we have to vote on that? Even I knew we didn't have to do that. Okay.
Just some consensus.
What was that?
I said
We have
just need to have
consensus.
consensus.
We're all shaking our heads, or nodding our heads. Shaking's no. Nodding's yes.
Just so I know, I'll have Mr. Wickham and Ms. Drake work together on that, since, the board clerk really does do a lot of work of setting up for you all. When would you like that presentation brought back to you?
Next meeting,
Next meeting?
please.
Okay.
I'm going to make a management decision here, and if you are all okay with this.
I am.
Does that work for you, Doctor? Well, after you saying how busy you guys are, should we wait until 2 meetings from now?
And our agenda was pretty full, too.
Okay, that's fine. The next work session is in 2 weeks.
I'll add it to our agenda, and then we can discuss in board prep and get it in the right place.
Speaking of agendas, the
Next
policy
item.
6-6.2 grade replacement, would anybody have a problem if we push that out to the next meeting? Since it's 10:45 tonight and we still have to go into closed session and we have a personnel issue to discuss. So. Penny, do you want to say?
I don't have a problem with that, but we keep pushing stuff back, and quite frankly, folks, at some point we're going to have a special meeting just to get through some of the things that we need to get through, or we're going to end up in 2023 still trying to get things done from 2022. That's just the way things are rolling.
Yeah, that's why we're having a special meeting we have a meeting next Monday regarding the search consultant. We have a joint supervisors meeting on Tuesday. The following, as a matter of fact, speaking of which, I guess are we up to that now? No. That's later. Okay.
Do we need a motion to move that from the agenda? Oh, sorry.
To skip, who does the 6.6, the grade, how long of a presentation is that?
It's just the first reading.
Really quick?
Yep. I think it's like 3 slides, maybe.
I'm setting my timer.
All right. You have 2 minutes and 13 seconds.
I'm not telling you when it goes off, though.
Yeah, I'll go as fast as I can, and it's certainly difficult to get excited about something at this late hour, but this is something I really hope to get you excited about, because it is something I am very excited about. This is something that we have been thinking about, or at least I have been thinking about and researching and talking to people about for well over a year now. I want to start with this slide to say that I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding among most people how grades currently work on a transcript. It's common for students to think that if they retake a course, they somehow get the average of those 2 grades on their transcript. While it's true in the mathematical wash of the GPA, they're sort of averaged. They both appear on there. So if you get an F and then get a C, it's still going to show F and C, okay? So currently our current practice is that when you repeat a course, they both are on the transcript and they both go into the GPA. What I am proposing to you, and I have a secondary advisory committee full of folks that back this up, and all the secondary principals who back this up, is to go with a retake policy for retaking classes that includes grade replacement. And so the biggest question that I get is like, well, what really prompted you thinking along these lines? Back in May 2020, which was the very beginning of the pandemic, the state put out this guidance that you see on this slide. And it included, among other things, it included the idea that if you weren't happy with your grade, you could get it removed and you can just take it over again. You get a do-over, basically. That started conversation amongst a lot of people, and in my own mind, thinking about this a lot, of what great sense that makes educationally. That why not allow students who want to improve their grade to retake a course and then have the grade reflect their current level of mastery? Why do they have to keep the old one on the transcript and averaged into their GPA? This slide, I will not read anything to you. It just shows you basically the agenda of the March 7th Secondary Advisory Committee. We spent a lot of time together. It was very well attended, and I really like the pie chart that shows the representation. I feel we had equal representation of all stakeholders involved. I would say the students really contributed a lot to the conversation, and were very much favorable for this as well. I then brought it to the secondary principals on April 7, showed them the presentation that I'd prepared for the advisory committee, but also the survey results that were highly favorable, in many cases unanimous for different points of this policy proposal, and they were in unanimous agreement with it as well. So the main one that I wanted to talk to you about was this page, the philosophical consensus, because we spent a ton of time having done some research on what people say who would oppose something like this. And so we did a lot of research and read a bunch of articles, and we thought it would be good to know what opposition would think. And basically we came up with, there are 3 arguments against the principle of retaking something and retaking, whether it's retaking a test or retaking a course, retaking something and having the new grade replace the old. And basically is that it's not real life. That's one of the arguments against it. One is that it's unfair, that it's somehow unfair that if the first time Dana took a course, she got an A and I got a B, it took me a second try to get that A, that somehow my A, it's unfair to equate it to her A because it only took her one try. That was the unfair argument. And the other was just a punitive mindset. And that was the argument that, well, you just get what you get. You earned it, and you're kind of stuck with it, and like it needs to still be there for some reason. There was nothing other than this punitive mindset. The one about it's not real life, we quickly debunked that. For example, the realtor's state exam, 50% of the people fail that the first time they take it. The bar exam, 79% fail it the first time they take it. 79% pass it the first time they take it, but that leaves over 20% that don't and have to take it multiple times. And the driver's license exam, 49% pass it the first time. And I will say, I'm somebody who didn't pass my driver's license exam when I was a 16-year-old kid. But when I restudied and I went and took it again, I didn't get a half a driver's license. I didn't get a driver's license that was somehow diminished or less than people who took it and passed it the first time. So we sort of debunked some of those 3 philosophical reasons against a retake policy with grade replacement. And those are articulated for you there on this particular slide. But there are other things too. One of the main ones is that we really, as educators, believe that grades should reflect the level of mastery. And if a kid wants to retake a course and show a different level of mastery, whether they failed it and they want to pass it, or they got a B and they want to get an A, then why shouldn't we allow them to do that? And there are other reasons articulated on there. One of my favorite ones is the last one. I apologize, they're all numbered 1. I don't know how that happened. They're 1 through 5 on mine. But the last number 1 on your slide in front of you is allowing retakes teaches students that learning is an ongoing process and that failure is not permanent. And I think that's an important lesson for us to teach kids and for kids to not only just hear us say, but have policies that reflect that philosophy. So I feel very strongly about this personally. We came to a really strong consensus in the Secondary Advisory Committee with great representation from all stakeholders, and all of the secondary principals support this notion. And so if you would look over the policy that is attached, I even attached The actual survey results are attached to your slides, and you will see the great consensus among all the stakeholder groups. And I look forward to answering any questions that you have and to seeing if we can't get that voted in. I actually have already had a student reach out to me who said she would like to retake Algebra 2. She got a B, and she is a freshman, and she does not qualify for special circumstances to take dual enrollment pre-calc next year. So she's like, can I take it over the summer and get an A? And it's like, no, not under our current policies, but under our proposed retake policy, you most certainly could retake it, show that level of competency, and then qualify for those special circumstances.
Questions for Carl?
So, Mr. Polly,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to say you gave some of the same examples that I was going to give about how folks retake. And the last number one that you gave was also one of my thought processes, too.
Thank you.
So this is given to us as just for discussion.
For the first,
Could this possibly be a first reading?
It
It is a first reading. It's what it
First
is.
reading, the policy is attached.
It is.
Yes, the policy is attached. We'll vote next meeting, possibly.
It basically, the policy fleshes out some of the nitty-gritty details to like the process and procedures for how we would do this. There are some limitations, those kinds of things.
Do you have statistics on do other schools handle it, just out of
Yes,
curiosity?
that's
Is that
one
part of?
That was one of the things we did. We reviewed nationwide practices and examples from Virginia schools.
So that's part of the survey results? Okay, I can look at that then.
Well, I don't know.
Can you summarize?
Can I summarize?
Can you summarize what you found when you?
Oh
looked
yeah,
at it?
like tons of, I can give you the real details if you want, but like tons of states do this already. There are only a few in Virginia that do it, but we would like to do it. So
It's interesting because at the college level,
Yes.
I know it's interesting. Like one of my daughters went to Virginia Tech, and they don't do this. They factor in your other. Whereas my other daughter, where she went to Kent State, they dropped the grade. So
Many
it even
colleges.
varies by college.
Yes, many colleges and universities definitely allow this. But I was surprised to see Florida, if you want to look at Florida, Florida's huge on this. It is a statewide thing in Florida that they allow retakes with grade replacement for many of the philosophical points that we've articulated.
Did you, as part of? Oh, sorry. I think Penny wants to say something.
I think she sneezed.
No. Well, since you opened it up, I'll go ahead. So I have said many, many times, why do we always have to look at what other people do when we as Montgomery County always talk about how we are steps ahead of other folks? Let's take that step and let's move on to something else tonight.
Yeah, so I did it for the same reason Ms. Castro said. I was curious, but also I was looking for ideas, like I was looking at how to implement it.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. But.
Well, so what did you have a chance to talk to? As I know, we went through the whole GPA thing a number of years ago, and you talked to a bunch of college admissions people.
Yes.
So there's one at least reason or one concern that certainly popped into my mind when I saw this, right? So did you have a chance to reach out to any of those people? I mean, how do colleges view that
if
type
we
of
do
a
this
thing?
practice?
Yeah.
So we did not reach out to anybody, but it was interesting for you to bring that up because that was a topic of conversation for one of the points of the retake policy that we're proposing. We kicked around the idea of still posting both grades on the transcript, but not calculating both into the GPA, like only calculating the other. Yeah. And what we likened that practice to was like the GPA policy that we changed. We were told by colleges that they don't really care how we calculate GPA or if we weight grades at all. They just take the courses students have taken and the grades they've received that are on the transcript and basically throw it into their own algorithm. So that's why we felt we wanted the grade to no longer be visible. You'll see in the actual policy, we propose incorporating a new grade called NG, no grade.
Yeah.
And so by code, we have to list that it was taken. The transcript by code must must be a list of courses taken when they were taken and a grade.
So if you take algebra twice, what happens?
So the first time you take algebra and you decide you want to retake it, the first time it'll say Algebra 1 NG. And then the second time it'll say Algebra 1 and the grade.
Okay.
And no one will really ever know what grade that you got the first time. You know that we already do this across the state by code for middle school. By code, we have middle school kids, we give them the opportunity to take any high school credit course in middle school and expunge it if they're just dissatisfied with the grade for any reason at all. So, and as I said, it's something that the state allowed us to do during the pandemic, and that's what got us thinking, well, why wouldn't we just do this all the time?
What's the limit besides the practical limitations?
How we came up with
I've read almost everything in my packet, but I didn't read
that one.
the details of the policy.
The limits that we're suggesting to impose.
Yeah.
I believe we said that we would limit it to 6 courses during high school. We came to that because you need 22 credits to graduate with a standard diploma. You have 32 opportunities in high school to get those 22 credits. So we figured like more than 6, we might even be putting a student like in a position where they're sacrificing like the ability to get what they need to graduate in order to get a better grade.
Yeah, and the other thing, and this will be my last comment, the other thing that, and there's aspects of this I love. I mean, years ago, I believe MIT was one of the first universities. They basically, I don't know if they still do this or not, I think they do, they proposed that their freshman class would not be graded. So basically, like, all your classes your first year at MIT are just audits, and part of the reason was to take the pressure off, those that freshman class. But we went through a lot with the GPA thing to try to get pressure off the students from all of that, right? And to get kids not being so worried and doing things just to
And don't forget final exams. Dana mentioned that earlier. We did away with final exams, and in policy, we say no more final exams. It's project.
So for something like this, would we just let a kid who got a B in a class take it again to get an A? Because that seems like it could open up the door for a little bit more of that stuff to creep back in,
I know. So we talked about that. So if you notice, it says on the slide that's currently up, this is the one from May 2020. It said that students who choose this option should be counseled about realistic expectations regarding their course load and schedule. Like, we are still needing the counselors to counsel students about making wise decisions. Like, is it wise for me to retake Calculus AB to get an A, to make my B an A? And then next year, putting a burden on me to actually have to take Calculus AB and Calculus BC. Like that, like maybe that you're putting too much on myself. And in the long run, I'll bite my nose to spite my face, right?
Why not make that automatic? Why not put that in the policy?
I believe it is in there somewhere about being counseled.
No.
I think your concern, if I'm hearing it correctly, is the concern that students might overstress and tax themselves with that desire to get the A.
They're trying to get their grade point average up.
Yeah.
And
And I think, I could be off, but I think it would work itself out because most of those students are going to want to see the accelerated courses on their transcript. So the more times you take something, the less opportunity you have to take the new courses.
You're
So I
delaying
think
yourself taking the next level, and that's one of the limitations.
And if we limit it to, say, you can only do it if you have a C or lower,
That's right.
Then they're going to start throwing their grade at the end of the.
Or maybe somebody is a straight A kid and they did get one B because there was some traumatic event. We wouldn't want them not to have that same opportunity. But I do think it would work itself out in the balance, for students.
In fact, the fourth number 1 on there says retakes acknowledge students' humanity, that we all have difficult situations in our lives, illness, personal matters that affect performance. So it's straight A student who has something rough going on in their life and they get a B, and that really upsets them. Why not let them retake that? It's just as important to them as it is to a student who failed, who wants to retake it and pass.
what is the effect on staffing with this?
So it's interesting you say that, because we actually have a caveat in here under limitations about there's no guarantee that a course is even going to be available, because it's conceivable that I want to retake a course that doesn't make next year. So
Well, that and just if the more students start taking more repeating classes, they're going to be filling classes up, and how is this going to affect enrollment in classes? I mean, I would just,
So that's also a caveat that we have written in, that may have limited availability because students taking a course for the first time will be given priority for enrollment in courses offered due to limited capacity.
Okay.
So that's why there needs to be an application process, and we need to we're not going to necessarily be able to accommodate everyone, but I can't imagine this becoming like this widespread thing.
Okay.
But
Jamie?
I do have a question. What if, for chance, if the table was turned and a student got a B, the next time they took it, they got say a different teacher, different expectations, different testing, things might have happened in their life, and all of a sudden they got a C this time.
the first grade would count, right?
So that's another, so all of this was on the survey for committee members, because those are all points we considered. And at the end of the day, we said the grade that most accurately reflects their current level of mastery is the one that belongs as the final grade. And so if I got a B and then I retake it and I got a C, that grade reflects my level of mastery. I do understand they may have a more difficult teacher with different expectations, tests more difficultly, but they also still have the drop period like any other student. And if they could figure that out during the drop period, like I could see, I got to be, I want to retake the class, but I get Ms. Bond and I look at Ms. Bond's syllabus, right? And I go, oh my God, I think I'll just keep the B that I got with Ms. Cass rather than retake it, right? Like they have the drop period.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we've kind of talked about all those angles.
Okay. I guess this will be on our agenda for a vote next. So if everybody could take a closer look at that over the week, appreciate it. Yep. Wait, 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Pauly. Appreciate it. And I just put my notes away. Okay, so I'm going to move things along as fast as I possibly can here because we still have to go to closed session.
You can skip me if you need to.
Do you mind?
Not
Do you
at
have
all.
no? Go fast. As long as you give us something real quick.
I have something real quick, which is don't forget our retirement banquet is next Wednesday, the 11th.
Okay.
And we're very excited to honor, we have 50 retirees we're honoring.
Wow. Great. 15, did you say, or 50? 50. Holy crow.
Employees.
Can't wait for my retirement, I mean. So, okay, unfinished business. Anybody have unfinished business? New business? Announcements?
I just have one announcement. I just have to do a shout out to my baby girl who graduates Virginia Tech this year, May 12th on Thursday, so I probably won't be at the retirement dinner. We got a meeting Monday, meeting Tuesday, and her graduating on Thursday. I doubt I'm going to be there. But the reason I want to do a shout out is she's done a fabulous job, but the ACE program is how she started it. And she will be graduating owing nothing. And I truly contribute having the first 2 years for the county and the ACE program as being, and she got a first generation grant, which helped her, at Tech, but just being able to do that, really, I just can't tell students enough to go that route. It
great.
is amazing.
Well,
So-
congratulations to Abby.
Yes, and I'll just remind you, the ACE program was directly out of the dialogue on race and a conversation about how we break down barriers.
Let's see, so upcoming school board meetings, I was starting to say earlier, so next Monday, we will have our meeting with the search consultants, at 7:00 here. No, here? Yeah, in the big room.
Ms. Cass, do you mind me asking, did we reach out, are they going to be Zoom, or are they
One
gonna
is
be-
going to Zoom,
Okay.
and the other, they're going above and beyond to make sure they're here.
And they're coming?
Yes,
Okay.
they have a representative who they're not a Virginia-based search firm, but they have somebody who works for them who is in Virginia, and she is going to come. She really wants to meet us.
Okay, thank you.
I say she because I think they said she. Then we have Tuesday's joint meeting. It starts 6:30 here for dinner, and then, again, in the big room. 6:30 dinner, and then 7 o'clock the meeting starts. And then our next regular scheduled school board meeting is May 17th, which looks like it's already action-packed. And that's it. When's graduation? The
20th, is it the 20th?
Okay, May 20th is graduation. Another big
10
important.
a.m. at all 4 schools.
At all 4 schools. Choose. 21st. Okay. Choose your school. Pray for sun. It was beautiful last year. You and I went to the Blacksburg High School one, remember? That was nice. Okay, personnel report was discussed. No, it wasn't. We have a personnel issue to discuss in closed session. Do I have a motion to enter into closed session as authorized by Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia to discuss one personnel matter?
So moved.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we're going to closed session.